Chapter 137. Immediately, Han Zhao's tablet received a warning from Spider Number 1. He immediately jumped into the truck's driver's seat and called out to Mad Blade. In the past 2 days of waiting, Mad Blade had not gone offline even once. Han Zhao remembered that the gaming cabins in this era did not have a complete body detection function and nutrition maintenance. As expected of a professional player, his kidneys were really good. "Let's go," Han Zhao said. "Oh." Mad Blade was confused. He did not know what to do, but following Han Zhao was definitely the right choice. The black truck was equipped with a layer of SUI anti-radar coating. This was something that Han Zhao had created using basic wide area sensing. The effect was not bad, and it could reduce the chances of being detected by radar. Once Star Dragon and Germinal's ground forces met, it would be a good opportunity to take advantage of the situation. First, he had to find a suitable sniping spot, not too close to the battlefield. Han Zhao had already chosen his destination. It was a hill in Cloud Valley, and it was perfect for him to aim at the open ground behind the forest. Once the Germinal troops left the forest, his thirsty big gun would be able to unleash its power. The only problem was that he had to get to the back of the hill and not be detected by the military radar. The coating was not 100% effective, and there was a chance of being exposed. However, he was not worried. When the Germinal troops got close, the army in the valley would not be able to care about him. The truck sped into the valley forest. "Commander Huang, the radar shows a suspicious target." In Star Dragon's command tent, a soldier shouted. Huang Qiuming rushed to the front of the radar screen. At this time, he saw a flashing light entering the range of Cloud Valley. The signal was intermittent. It seemed that the enemy had a certain level of anti-radar ability. However, Star Dragon's army was carrying military radar, and its power was very high. Only one target. Huang Qiuming frowned. He felt that it was a scout of the Germinal organization, but the position shown by the radar was not in the same direction as the Germinal organization. "No matter what, let's take care of it first." Huang Qiuming did not want any accidents to affect the plan. Just as he was about to order an assault team to attack, all the radar screens went black. "What's going on?" Huang Qiuming shouted. The soldiers hurriedly calibrated, but to no avail. "Sir, the radar has been paralyzed by a strong electromagnetic radiation. The direction of the attack is the Germinal organization's route of advance. 3 minutes ago, we observed their tracks and concluded that the enemy has some kind of advanced radar-destroying device. They want to turn us blind. Activate the backup radar and implement electronic silence. Turn it on randomly every 5 to 12 seconds. Huang Qiuming's face was calm as he quickly gave out orders. As for the suspicious target from before, he could only temporarily put it aside. The most important thing was the Germinal organization's main force. All of a sudden, a shrill sound rapidly approached them from the sky. More than a dozen mid-range missiles flew towards Star Dragon's base, leaving trails of flame behind them. Suddenly, they split into countless warheads in the air. These were the cluster bombs, and they fell rapidly. At the same time, the ground troops of the Germinal organization, who had just fired the missiles, finally entered the forest area around the Cloud Valley. Yuger's expression was solemn. The convoy was carrying an experimental anti-radar device developed by the Germinal organization. It could detect radar detection and release strong electromagnetic radiation to remotely destroy a working radar, reverse guiding the location of the enemy radar. Yuger thought that it was the enemy's base, so he ordered the few honeycomb missile launchers in the convoy to attack and release the cluster bombs. This was a stable weapon that had passed the experimental stage. He did not know that destroying Star Dragon's radar had indirectly helped Han Zhao. This method would definitely not be able to kill Star Dragon's troops. As expected, from afar, Yuger saw a dense array of intercepting machine guns firing at the sky, destroying all the cluster bombs in midair. Both sides were prepared. It was just a matter of which side was more prepared. The enemy will reactivate the radars soon. We don't have much time. We must rush over immediately. Yuger's expression was serious as he ordered, "Mine detection vehicle, go." The vehicle equipped with a mine detection vehicle came to the front of the convoy and quickly detected the range of Star Dragon's mines. It used the machine guns to detonate them in advance. Amidst the flames and explosions, the German organization's convoy moved forward without any danger. However, the anti-radar device was detected again. This time, Star Dragon used electromagnetic silence and quickly turned it off before the German organization's anti-radar device was activated to prevent it from being destroyed again. That was when Yeager knew that the real battle was about to begin. The sound of the rotors of the helicopters could be heard from the sky, approaching at a low altitude. The next second, the cannons roared and attacked from above. The German organization's convoy could only endure the gunfire and charge forward. It was extremely dangerous. In the sound of gunfire, Yeager roared, "Release the graphite bombs." More than a dozen small graphite rockets shot into the sky and exploded in the midst of the helicopters. Many of the helicopters suddenly began to fly in a random direction. The graphite bombs could cause a wide range of electrical short circuits. Star Dragon's helicopters were at a disadvantage, and their cannons became sparse. Myhawks, when we rush out of the forest, you immediately lead the assault team to attack the enemy's base and execute the decapitation. Your mission is very important. At the very least, you have to divert the enemy's attention. Yeager said in a deep voice through the walkie-talkie. In one of the troop carriers, the muscular Myhawks responded with a faint He was the executive officer of the German organization's ground forces. He had long been famous for his ferocity. He was a strong pugilist, and his tactical mission was to lead a few teams of elites to attack the enemy's position with individual bombs. The pugilist's agility and the bulletproof vest on his body allowed him to weave through a hail of bullets. The role of supers on the battlefield was usually to attack and decapitate. On the other side of Star Dragon's base, Huang Xiaoming looked at the German organization's troops moving quickly in the forest without any expression. Prepare the missile cover array. Armored vehicles on standby. Also, prepare the elite teams to deal with the enemy's assault team. Star Dragon's elite teams were the strongest and most elite soldiers in the army. There were also supers among them. Supers had the ability to decapitate on the battlefield, so Star Dragon was already prepared and ready to go. The scene of a large-scale battle shocked Sleepy Winter, Twinkle Fried Rice, and Rainy Kim from the logistics team. The tense atmosphere, the smell of smoke, and the roaring of the cannons made it obvious that they did not have the ability to participate in the battle. When a missile came, I thought we were going to die. Twinkle Fried Rice patted his chest with a face full of fear. Sleepy Winter smiled bitterly. Just focus on transporting the supplies. We can't handle those combat missions. Rainy Kim's face was cold, but there was a hint of determination in her voice. I want to try. We only have a few small pistols. What can we do? I want to try. Forget it. We're just going to die. I want to try. Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice looked at each other and said helplessly, Okay. You're beautiful, and you're the boss. Let's go together. Rainy Kim was expressionless. After getting the two's agreement, she turned around and left. The two had no choice but to follow behind. While the battle was going on, Han Xiao drove slowly to the destination. The view from the hills was wide, and he could see the intense explosions in the forest in the distance. Some of the spider detectors hidden in the forest were destroyed by stray bullets, but the rest were still faithfully broadcasting the latest battle situation to Han Xiao. From the location, the German organization fleet would be out of the forest soon and enter the plains. Further away, on the Tedramar River, there were also flames rising. Han Xiao took out his binoculars and saw that the German organization fleet on the river was being attacked. The intensity of the attack was even greater than the one in the Cloud Valley. Before the German organization fleet reached the estuary, they were bombarded by a group of fighter jets. The missiles fell like rain, and the fleet's machine guns could not stop for even a second. The scorching orange bullets swept across the night sky, and there were sparks in the sky. If one did not know the details, they would have thought that it was fireworks. It's time to prepare. With that thought in mind, Han Xiao took out a few small foldable turrets. After thinking for a while, he came up with a mission with great rewards and threw it to Madblade. Of course, things like setting up traps should be left to the cannon players. While Madblade was busy setting up the traps, Han Shao took out a device that looked like a neck cushion and put it on the back of his neck. The cushion was made of an unknown material, and then he turned it on. A numbing electric shock spread from the back of his neck to his brain. Han Shao shivered and suddenly became excited as if he had taken psychotropic drugs. You have received excitement status, plus 5% to all attributes for 20 minutes. This device was called electromagnetic pulse conditioner. It was a special equipment that used electromagnetic waves to condition living beings. After using it, it would increase the status. Han Shao had accidentally obtained this blueprint during a knowledge fusion. He quickly prepared everything and activated all the necessary statuses. Then, he laid prone with the Ghost sniper rifle and the Crimson Falcon sniper rifle beside him. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he observed the changes in the battle. Boom! A bunch of trees were blown up, and the German organization fleet finally rushed out of the forest. Come on, baby! Chapter 138. Missile Coverage. The missile vehicles in Star Dragon's base fired a dense array of rockets, hitting the German organization's fleet head-on. The rapidly approaching missiles let out a shrill whistle, and the pressure increased rapidly as the distance closed. However, Yeager did not panic at all. He ordered the convoy to gather together. The dozen or so leading vehicles were equipped with multi-barrel machine guns. They acted as an interception formation. Due to the gathering of the formation, the attack area was reduced. The machine guns that spat out a barrage of bullets destroyed the missiles within the range, forming a vacuum area in the range of the missiles. They rushed through the airwaves caused by the explosion, like a warship sailing steadily in the stormy sea. Huang Qiuming's eyes narrowed. He had just received news that the battle at Tedrama River had reached its climax. The people in the strategy department had estimated a few possible locations where the German organization's naval and land forces would land. The strategy department had asked him to activate Plan B. The plan was changed. Huang Qiuming ordered to adjust the deployment, leaving a gap in the blockade. At this time, Rainey Kim brought the two tired people to the front line under the pretext of transporting supplies. A large number of regular soldiers had already gathered there, ready to go. The armored vehicles' engines roared, and there were also elite soldiers on standby. Do you have any idea how we should intervene in the battle? Sleepy Winter asked helplessly. Rainey Kim frowned and thought for a few seconds before nodding seriously. I don't know. Then why the hell did you nod? Sleepy Winter wanted to bang his head on the ground. Twinkle Fried Rice suddenly pointed at the battlefield and exclaimed, "Someone is rushing over! F***CK. That's a high-level figure." The other two looked in the direction of the finger and saw a muscular man leading a group of fully armed soldiers. They rode on heavy motorcycles and left the convoy. They charged at high speed in the direction of the camp, dodging the concentrated fire of the cannons with all kinds of unpredictable movements. Mihawks dodged a series of attacks on the heavy motorcycles, but it triggered a bouncing mine and flipped over the motorcycles. He ran with his legs, and his speed was not slower than the motorcycles. He weaved through the rain of bullets. The military suitcase under his armpit contained a single bomb, which was extremely powerful. His mission was to deliver this bomb to the Star Dragon base. Supers usually played the role of the shock troops in large-scale frontal battles. Mihawks saw a team of iron-blooded elites rushing from afar to intercept them. He was expressionless. He gathered all the energy in his body, ready to explode at the moment of contact. However, an extremely dangerous intuition suddenly rose in Mihawk's heart. He stomped on the ground and hurriedly tried to change direction. His reaction was very fast, but it was not fast enough. A blue needle bullet pierced through Mihawk's neck from the side and exploded into a mist of blood. Mihawk was severely injured. He roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. There was no barrier in the plane, so he could only continue to charge forward. However, the injury slowed him down. A martial artist who had charged head-on into the cannon was seriously injured by a single shot. Huang Qiuming was shocked. That's not one of us. Who's the sniper? He recalled the suspicious target detected by the radar earlier and suddenly felt that this shot seemed a little familiar. After thinking for 2 seconds, his eyes suddenly widened. A monster-level sniper who could severely injure an expert with one shot seemed to be the Black Phantom, who had been active in the underground world recently. The bullet had a blue glow, so it was most likely him. What was he doing here? Why are you helping us? Commander, what should we do? The adjutant asked. Huang Qiuming had a plan and said decisively, he doesn't look like an enemy. Ignore him and focus on stopping the Germinal organization. Normally, a sniper's lethality was limited in a head-on battle like this, but a monster-level sniper like Black Phantom was naturally not an exception. Although they did not know why Black Phantom had helped them, there was no doubt that this was a strong ally. On the Germinal organization's side, Yeager's eyes were about to spit fire. Severely injuring Mohawks with one shot, Black Phantom, he even intercepted Fryer's troops not long ago. This monster actually participated in the battle. He must be Star Dragon's ally. Thinking of Black Phantom's battle record on the Darknet, Yeager felt heavy pressure. That was a monster known as the Super Killer. The threat was too great. Even if Yeager was stronger than Mohawks, he was not willing to experience the power of Black Phantom himself. Yeager mistakenly thought that Han Shao was Star Dragon's ally and was very angry. He immediately made a decision and shouted, "Third team, you guys go and kill the sniper. Bring along the test subjects and at least hold them back." An armed convoy deviated from the main group and rushed toward Han Zhao's position. You have inflicted 1,297 actual damage to Mohawks, LV-40. You have inflicted heavy damage to Mohawks. Mohawks is now in a weakened state. All attributes decreased by 50%. Duration, 10 seconds. This guy is quite tanky. Han Shao was secretly surprised. The theoretical damage of this shot was 1.6, but the damage reduction was 300 points. The physical fitness of a pugilist could not be measured by common sense. Even the LV-48 by Jean was knocked down with one shot. Pugilists were indeed tanky. This time, Flaming Will's face was very dark. It was only a 148% bonus, but the Ghost Sniper rifle had been improved even more. Furthermore, all of his shooting skills were maxed out. 2 months of experience was not earned for nothing. Since he could not level up, Han Shao used all of his remaining experience to level up his skills. Talents, skills, and equipment were the key factors that affected combat power. After firing the first shot, Han Shao triggered a new mission. Battle of Tedruma River, Intruder. You have intruded into the battle between Star Dragon and Hesla to intercept the Germinal organization. Since you have chosen a side, let's see what you can do. This was a sea-level mission. The mission requirement was to intercept the Germinal organization's troops as much as possible and destroy the evacuation plan. The final reward would be given in the form of a mission evaluation. The experience points should not be less than 300,000. Han Shao was very satisfied that he could earn a sizable amount of experience points by joining in the fun. Milhawk was shot after shot. In the end, Milhawk did not manage to dodge the dense bombardment of rockets. The flames engulfed his furious and unwilling face. A pugilist who was even stronger than Pan Kuang had fallen. Pugilists are good at one-on-one combat. To fight an army head-on, even a low-tech civilization would have to have at least half of Bennett's strength, Han Shao thought to himself. Pugilists were masters at using physical strength. Everyone had a sense of personal heroism in their hearts. Pugilist combat gave people a special sense of fulfillment. It made people feel that their strength came from themselves and could be used at any time. It was very cool. However, although pugilist combat was unique, to fight an army head-on, they had to accumulate from quantity to quality. The sea level was the dividing line, and it was also the upper limit of the players in version 1.0. Back to the main topic. The threat of the sniper made the assault team helpless. They were quickly surrounded by Star Dragon's response team. With Han Zhao's intervention, the assault plan failed without even causing a ripple. At this time, he noticed that a group of tanks had left the Germinal organization's troops and was rushing over from afar. Thus, he changed his focus and stopped this group of enemies. He switched to the Red Falcon sniper rifle and used all kinds of ammunition. Thinking the Star Dragon was also on the battlefield, Han Shao purposely did not use high explosive ammunition. Sniper rifles had limited damage to armored vehicles, and the bulletproof glass could block a few shots. Quickly approaching within 400 meters, Han Shao immediately activated the foldable turret that he had set up. 300 meters in front of the convoy, for pre-buried round bases opened up and turned into small multi-barrel machine guns. They surrounded the hill where Han Shao was standing in a triangle and spat out hot steel. The gun flames were bright and dazzling. A few vehicles were directly shot through and exploded by the dense gunfire. The remaining people quickly scattered and aimed at the turret to counterattack. Once the formation was scattered, the turret's suppressive power decreased by a lot. Because of the need to turn and aim, it was easy to have gaps in firepower. Turrets were not good at defense. Even if Han Shao used platinum alloy as armor, 2 turrets were destroyed in a few seconds. However, the result was very satisfying. More than half of the vehicles were shot through by the turrets, and the momentum of the enemy's charge was reduced. At this moment, the convoy suddenly did something unexpected. The back door of one of the armored vehicles opened, and 3 humanoid figures jumped out of the vehicle and ran towards the turret. Their speed was even faster than the armored vehicles, and the strange appearance of the 3 humanoid figures made Frenzied Sword, who was beside him, suck in a cold breath. What kind of monster is that? Mad Blade wanted to throw a detection spell, but he was told that the distance was not enough. The 3 of them were muscular, and their faces were emotionless. A large number of metal exoskeleton components were embedded in their bodies, distributed along the arms, legs, and spine. These components were embedded in the joints of the human body. For example, the mechanical leg ports were embedded in the waist, pelvis, and knees. As the 3 of them ran, the screws where the joints were embedded would bleed. It was obvious that every movement was painful. However, the 3 of them did not show any expression, as if they did not feel pain. Moreover, a thin layer of armor was embedded in their bare skin, as if they had grown a layer of carapace. Chapter 139. The Germinal Organization's Super Soldier Plan has been brought forward by a year. Han Shao raised his eyebrows. The original intention of this plan was to increase the strength of the test subjects through the use of exoskeletons to increase the physical fitness of the test subjects. Using pure mechanical strength to support the body, mass production of combat power comparable to supers. As the technology was very crude, the process was very painful. The exoskeleton ports had to be connected to the nerves, and the body had to be equipped with various mechanical components to strengthen the body. Only the Valkyrie test subjects with enhanced mental resilience could withstand the modification. The final result was that their sense of pain would be obliterated and their senses dulled. According to the standards of the universe, this was a very immature technology that had long been eliminated. However, on Blue Star, only the Germinal Organization, which did not care about the wear and tear of test subjects, had developed this technology. The exoskeleton was not only a piece of equipment, but it could also be equipped. The latter was connected to the nerves and had better control. The Germinal Organization's technology was not mature, and they had only developed the prototype of the technology through a large number of clinical experiments. The 6 nations each had one or a few class advancement knowledges. Nerve connection was an advanced knowledge that was in the hands of the Germinal Organization. Han Shao only had one class advancement knowledge, advanced material science. If the players wanted to obtain advanced knowledge on Blue Star, they had to join the faction and contribute a lot. Han Shao had set his sights very far. Advanced knowledge was very rare on Blue Star, but in the universe, it could be easily bought with a few anus. If he could not obtain other advanced knowledge for Blue Star, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future. In the original storyline, these super soldiers would indeed have a miraculous effect. However, the 3 super soldier test subjects in front of him were not complete, and they were equipped with a large number of firearms. The three of them only used exoskeletons to strengthen the body, and the exoskeletons were not complete. Looks like the Germinal organization's research plan is not mature yet. Exoskeleton. Speaking of which, when I escaped from the laboratory, I seem to have lost a lightweight mechanical arm. It seems to have been taken by the Germinal organization for research. Han Zhao's eyes sparkled. There was a reason for him to think this way. The arm armor of these three test subjects had the shadow of the lightweight mechanical arm. It was very thick, and there were also round metal shields that could be expanded, blocking the attacks of the cannons. The three test subjects separated from the convoy and dispersed the firepower of the turrets. The three of them successfully approached the turrets, and the fists wrapped in the steel skeletons bombarded the turrets repeatedly. The exoskeleton components rooted in the joints spewed out thick smoke to increase the output, and they quickly smashed the turrets into pieces. Once they got rid of the remaining turrets, the trio went straight for Han Zhao. With every step they took, they moved 7 to 8 feet forward, and with a cold, murderous aura, they came over in a menacing manner. Han Zhao's eyes were calm as he took out his tablet and quickly activated another trump card. The truck shook, and 2 second-generation Rangers drove out and blocked Han Zhao's side. They immediately activated burst fire, and a large-caliber 3-barrel machine guns in their hands unleashed a torrent of firepower. Small rockets were fired from their chests, and they covered the 3 test subjects. The damage rapidly increased, but almost all of them were blocked by the exoskeletons, and the durability of the exoskeletons dropped. The attributes of these 3 people were also refreshed. Based on your level, you can obtain the following information. Super Soldier Test Subject, 042, Level, 40 Class, Agent LV-10, Low-Level Mechanical Implant, LV-30, Yin to HP Conversion Ratio, 110, Attributes, 51 STR, 54 DX, 70, 80, Yin 25 INT, 8 MYS for C Che, 6 LUK Energy, 0 Energy Rank, 500 Grade, E Health Points, 534 out of 650 Status, Rough Modification, minus 150 HP, minus 10 END Talent, Low-Level Mental Fortitude, plus 3 Will Resistance, Well-Trained, plus 100 HP, Ignore Pain, Injuries will not affect combat. Effectiveness Skills, Basic Combat LV-7, Basic Shooting LV-5, Grappling LV-3, Precision Shooting LV-1 Equipment Frowny Face, Crane Exoskeleton Arm. Right as above. Predator's Leg. Right as above. K2 Embedded Plate Armor. Quality, gray, light, and thin metal embedded in the skin. Provides some protection. Defense 15 to 20, Durability 500. The attributes of the 3 test subjects were considered to be very weak at level 40. With such a high level and weak attributes, it meant that they had no potential. An individual's health points were very low, but the defense and durability provided by the exoskeleton greatly reduced damage. Han Zhao counted, and this exoskeleton provided 1,460 points of durability and close to 100 points of defense, which made it very durable. These were the attributes provided by the equipment. If one only looked at the health points, they would have thought that he was a weakling. The second-generation Rangers fired a round of attacks, but only 1/5 of their health points were taken away. Han Zhao realized that test subject 044 was actually at level 45, and his attributes were higher than his 2 companions. It seemed like he was the leader of the 3. On the other side, the Germinal organization's fleet was making a detour, and the 2 Rangers' firepower could not cover both sides. Han Zhao immediately made a decision. You go and take out the red, triangular-shaped briefcase from the cargo compartment. I have something for you to do. Mad Blade, Angry Sword immediately carried the briefcase, which contained a powerful bomb. Han Zhao quickly wrote a mission and threw it over. Brave sacrifice. Turn to a brilliant firework with your unfulfilled dreams. Mad Blade, Angry Sword subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Go, young man. I'll leave the stage to you. Han Zhao said casually as he sniped the 3 test subjects. I got it. Mad Blade, Angry Sword gritted his teeth. The mission reward was very generous, and it would definitely make up for the death penalty. The enhanced Red Falcon shot out one sniper bullet after another, leaving bullet holes on the 3 test subjects. Han Zhao's sniping ability was maxed out, and it could often cause damage to the body through the gaps of the exoskeleton, which could often avoid the armor. His sniping ability was perfect for these 3. Very soon, number 042 was hit in the vitals, and his health was depleted. He fell to the ground and died. The other 2 did not care about the death of their comrade and continued to charge. On the other side, the remaining armored vehicles were quickly approaching. Han Zhao moved the 2 Rangers over, and they exchanged fire with the machine guns of the armored vehicles. The orange-red dense bullets seemed to form a rainbow that connected the 2 vehicles. The durability of the Rangers decreased rapidly. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, Han Zhao ordered the Rangers to charge into the armored vehicles and self-destruct. The enemy could not dodge in time, and the dazzling flames engulfed the armored vehicles. A series of explosions occurred, and both sides perished together. Losing 2 Rangers, Han Zhao did not feel any heartache at all. The battle style of the mechanic class was like this, burning money. He was indeed very wasteful. If it were a player, they would feel heartache, but who asked Han Technician to be so rich? The firing speed of the sniper rifle was limited. Finally, the 2 test subjects were within 30 meters of each other. Mad Blade, Angry Sword remembered the mission details and jumped out, pouncing on number 043. He was punched in the chest, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood. He gritted his teeth and activated the bomb in the briefcase. Boom! A mini mushroom cloud rose into the air, and a scorching heat wave mixed with dust exploded. Han Zhao, who was fully armored, was splashed with mud. Through the smoke, number 044, who was in a sorry state, rushed over again. At the moment of the explosion, number 043 was the first to bear the brunt and was blown to pieces. Number 044 immediately laid down. At this time, he was still able to move, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Only 10 meters left. 1 second later, he would be able to punch that damn sniper in the head with his iron fist. However, at this time, Flaming Will's cooldown was over. Han Zhao suddenly threw away the Red Falcon, picked up the Ghost Sniper rifle, activated Overload, loaded Flaming Will, and fired a shot. The bullet with a blue glow disappeared in an instant, leaving a bullet hole in number 044's head. Blood spurted out like an arrow, leaving a long and narrow trail of blood on the ground. Number 044's momentum did not diminish. He ran forward a few more steps before his body swayed and fell at Han Zhao's feet. He was only 1 step away from touching Han Zhao. There was a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Han Zhao had seen this scene many times before. In a battle with mechanics, distance was the deciding factor. Countless enemies had died in the path of the charge. Too bad. Even if you fight me in close combat, you will still die. Han Zhao shook his head. He still had a lot of trump cards that he had not used yet. These immature test subjects were far from being his match. Second promotion, Progress. 1/3 this was the easiest time to kill an enemy that was a level higher than him. The mass-produced assembly line soldiers were too easy for him to deal with. 2 more. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes. He was only 2 more levels away from the promotion. There was a huge amount of experience on the interface, and he was looking forward to the promotion. Mad Blade Furious Sword sacrificed his first death and revived beside the truck 10 seconds later. Looking at the mission reward and experience, he could not stop smiling. The German organization team that intercepted him was annihilated, and the main battle had reached the climax. Stardragon's army and the German organization's ground troops were fighting fiercely. The battle was in a stalemate, and Han Zhao knew that there was no chance for him to interfere. After thinking for 2 seconds, he quickly made a decision. He called Mad Blade Furious Sword, who was smiling foolishly, to get on the truck. The truck moved, bypassing the main battle, and headed toward the Tadrima River. In the base, Sleepy Winter was dumbfounded the whole time. He mumbled, "Am I seeing things? Is that Mad Blade Furious Sword?" Han Zhao's battle was very eye-catching. When they saw Mad Blade, Furious Sword's ID floating above his head, they were shocked. Twinkle Fried Rice was also confused. Even the cold, rainy Kim was shocked. Sleepy Winter still remembered that Mad Blade, Furious Sword rejected his offer during the beta test and did not join the Star Dragon army. Why was he on the battlefield now? Moreover, he had even used a self-destruct method to kill a high-level monster. They had seen it clearly. If I'm not wrong, the man in black with him seems to be the Black Phantom that appeared in Bighorn Village not long ago, Rainy Kim suddenly said. Are you sure? Sleepy Winter was stunned. I recorded the whole battle just now. We'll know when we see it later, Twinkle Fried Rice said. Sleepy Winter was a little depressed. Mad Blade Furious Sword started from the same starting line as the three of them, but now he seemed to be ahead of them. This made Sleepy Winter feel a little pressure, but at the same time, he was very curious. Chapter 140. On the Tadrama River, a fierce battle was going on. Hesla was in charge of sealing off the sea. A naval formation was stationed at the estuary. Most of them were battleships equipped with large-caliber naval cannons. They bombarded the Germinal Organization fleet from a distance of more than 10 kilometers. The flames from the cannons could be fired more than 10 meters away. The high-speed cannons drew a parabola in the night sky and caused a lot of damage to the Germinal Organization fleet. The destroyers in the formation fired a few cruise missiles at the beginning of the battle, but they were all intercepted by the Germinal Organization fleet's cannons in midair. They stopped firing and were on standby to maintain the blockade. The command ship, the Flying Blade, was in the center of the formation. The enemy is still 12 kilometers away from the mine formation at the estuary. Don't give the enemy time to resolve the trap. Stag, redfish, and short-tailed shark are loaded with torpedoes in advance. Once the Germinal Organization fleet enters the sea, launch the torpedoes and let them eat their fill. The battleship formation, maintain the current attack strength and do not change. Sonar detection, pay attention to the surrounding sea area. Germinal Organization reinforcements may appear. Inform Star Dragon to release some ground troops to delay the arrival of the Germinal Organization's naval forces. Tell Star Dragon's commander that we need their assault force at any time. The Hesla commander on the Flying Blade assigned the tasks in an orderly manner. On the other side, the fighter jets that took off from the nearby military base were diligently harassing the Germinal Organization fleet. They mainly bombarded the Germinal Organization fleet and caused a lot of trouble. There were always some lucky cannons that passed through the intercepting array of the naval cannons. 3 ships were blown up like that. The main purpose of the fleet was to evacuate, so their weapons were not standard enough to lock onto the high-speed fighter jets, let alone kill them. But the Germinal Organization had its own way. A fighter jet that swept across the sky emptied another wave of ammunition. The pilot was about to turn around and do it again when a cloud of black fog suddenly exploded beside him. A shadow appeared out of thin air. It was a demonic man with eyeshadow and earrings. He held a sharp blade in his hand and quickly slit the pilot's throat. Blood splattered on the window. The fighter jet fell with the pilot's corpse. The demonic man smiled coldly and disappeared again, leaving behind a cloud of black fog. Teleportation ability. Germinal Organization Executive Officer Annette. On a barge, Hela stepped onto the bow. The sea breeze with the smell of smoke blew her slightly curly red hair. She took a deep breath and raised her hands high as if she was praising the sun. Wisps of gray air escaped from the fresh corpses on the battlefield, gathered from all directions, and seeped into Hela's face. Her face immediately flushed red, as if she had just taken in a divine drug. She closed her eyes slightly and then opened them abruptly. An invisible sound wave rose from her lungs to her throat as she blurted out. Ah! It was shrill and ear-piercing, like the shrieks of ghosts. The eyeballs of all the pilots of the fighter jets above the fleet exploded at the same time. Blood spurted out of their ears, and their brains turned into a pile of paste. The fighter jets fell one after another like kites with their strings cut. They crashed into the ground and the river and exploded into balls of fire. A no-fly zone was formed in the sky, and a fighter jet formation was destroyed by Hela alone. The remaining fighter jets received the order and hurriedly retreated. This was the terrifying power of a military-level esper, a weapon that required a person to control. If the controller was too weak, Hela's power of the dead could directly attack the mind. Blue Star's technology tree did not have much technology to deal with mind attacks. Only a few reconnaissance drones continued to track and observe in the sky. Renette teleported to Hela's side. He painfully covered his head with one hand, and blood flowed out of his nose. With a cold expression, he shouted, "Do you want to kill me too?" Hela's face was cold and did not answer. Renette could only swallow his anger. He did not dare to provoke Hela. In the command room, Lin Yu was watching the battle without blinking. He looked at his watch and said, "It's about time." The Germinal Organization's ground forces had broken through the blockade and were rapidly approaching the designated landing site. Stardragon's army had followed the plan and held back a little so that the naval forces could be delayed. While the ground forces boarded the ships, Hesla would be able to deal with them. In a naval battle, the ground forces would not be of much use. In fact, they would be a burden to reduce losses and weaken the enemy. The naval formation's destroyers had a new type of missile that could cruise and split apart to avoid intercepting formations. As long as the Germinal Organization's ground forces connected, they would immediately launch the missile. One round would be enough to severely damage the Germinal Organization's fleet. Then, while the Germinal Organization was in a mess, the assault troops of Stardragon's Division 13 could board the ships and kill them. This was the next step of the plan. However, the plan could never keep up with the changes. Accidents always happened unexpectedly. Beep, beep, beep. A piercing alarm sounded on Hesla's command ship. The radar detected dozens of targets approaching at high speed underwater. Ghostly torpedoes. Where did they come from? There was no time to intercept them. The warships near the estuary exploded, and flames soared into the sky. The higher-ups of Hesla had been paying attention to the battle. The attack on the naval formation made them extremely angry. Anti-sonar submarine? Why is the buoy not moving? How far is the enemy's range? This could only be the Germinal Organization's submarine. Where did it come from? Could it be that the Germinal Organization had sent them from Andria and had set off early? Or could there be a secret base of the Germinal Organization nearby? No matter what the reason was, the enemy had reinforcements. They had to deal with the unexpected situation. Where are our submarines? Hesla's officers roared. They had deployed a few submarines nearby as insurance and immediately moved to find the enemy's submarines. The naval formation had suffered heavy losses and was temporarily busy with emergency repairs. Naturally, the prepared missile attack could not continue. This caused a strategic break, and the situation was out of control. The Germinal Organization's fleet seized this opportunity and changed their formation. The barges sailed close to the shore, opened the mouth of the barges, and lowered the gangplanks to provide a bridge for the ground forces to pass by the merchant ships. The gangplanks rubbed against the sand on the shore, leaving sharp marks. This way, there was a risk of running aground. The other ships threw out cable hooks to connect the barges. Even if the barges ran aground, they could be pulled back to the surface of the river at any time. Lin Yu's confidence came from the submarine team. They were the reinforcements that the Germinal Organization had sent out early on. With this surprise attack, they had broken Hesla's blockade and strategic layout. In order to break through Stardragon's ambush, Yeager had lost more than half of his troops. Seeing that the opportunity had come, he immediately ordered the fleet to speed up and rush onto the barges. The Stardragon assault team that was on standby became anxious. According to the plan, Hesla would launch a round of missiles first, then they would rush up. If this was not part of the plan, they would only be targeted by the fleet if they rushed up rashly. What should we do? If they waited any longer and the Germinal Organization's fleet successfully connected, they would have no chance at all. The assault team was made up of Stardragon's Division 13 agents and elite soldiers. They listened to the orders of their superiors with only one word: go! Without any hesitation, the assault boats rushed out one by one. The Germinal Organization's fleet focused their fire on them immediately. The assault team charged head-on against the cannon fire. Waves kept exploding around them. Some of their comrades fell into the water and died, but it did not shake their morale or slow them down. Chapter 141. Zhang Wei was wearing his battle armor, standing in front of the assault boat as a shield. Lambert was shooting with his sniper rifle. There were not only 4 people in Zhang Wei's team on the assault boat. Lin Yao did not participate in the battle, but there were also more than 10 elite soldiers. The assault boat broke through the waves, passed through the rain of bullets, and crashed into the barge. The assault team jumped onto the deck and started a fierce battle with the Germinal soldiers. There were 2 tactical objectives for the assault force. One was to kill and injure the people on the barge and blow up the ground vehicles that were parked there. The second was to kill the commander of the command ship. As the cooperation with Hesla did not arrive on time, the assault force was in a bad situation and was caught in a tough battle. The Germinal Organization's connection was affected and the progress was slowed down. The Germinal Organization's executive officers were deployed to defend against the assault team from Star Dragon. Zhang Wei's team was fighting hard on the barge. Suddenly, a ghost-like gust of wind hit them. They were alerted and quickly dodged, but they were still hit by the shockwave. They felt a sharp pain in their heads and felt dizzy. They gritted their teeth and looked in the direction of the enemy. It was Hela, whom they had fought before. Hela's expression was cold. She still remembered this Star Dragon person that she had fought before. She had suffered a small loss last time, so her killing intent was even stronger now. Her hands lit up with a gray light, like a strange fog that could attract the gaze of others. It was growing bigger and bigger, and one could imagine how terrifying the next attack would be. Hoyu's face was in pain. He raised his guns and wanted to aim, but Hela just snorted softly. Her voice had the power of the dead, and Hoyu was hit hard. Blood spurted out of his nostrils, and he could not stand still. Hela did not even look at him. She turned to Leah Lin with a murderous look. This was the female agent who had used the lightweight mechanical arm before. She definitely knew where Zero was. Leah Lin pulled out her retractable knife and rushed toward Hela. She did not care that she would be the first to be attacked. As the pugilist in the team, she was the assaulter. I hope I can withstand the first attack. Leah Lin gritted her teeth. As long as she could withstand Hela's next attack, she was confident that she could get close to Hela and prevent her from using that kind of mental attack. Although Hela's ability was strong, she was only using it at the moment. Every attack required channeling time. Naive, Hela was expressionless. She flipped her palms and was about to use the highly condensed power of the dead to turn Li Yalan into an idiot. The next second, a huge force suddenly came from the side of her ribs, and her entire body was pushed away. She crashed into an off-road vehicle beside her, and a sharp pain came from her ribs. Hela was in so much pain that her face turned pale. She breathed a sigh of relief, and the power of the dead in her hand naturally dissipated. She turned her head to look at the source of the attack in shock and anger. He saw a truck driving on the shore, moving parallel to the fleet. From the window of the driver's seat, a sniper rifle barrel stretched out. A black-gloved hand was holding this lethal weapon, and the muzzle was smoking. Han Xiao pulled the bolt, and a smoking shell was ejected from the gun. He sat in the driver's seat, and the smart chip in the truck started to drive automatically. It maintained a constant speed and followed the Germinal Organization fleet on the shore. When he was in the valley, he suspected that Star Dragon was going easy on them. He guessed that they wanted the Germinal Organization to intercept them and delay their troops. Therefore, Han Xiao came early and drove to the riverside. His target was the Germinal Organization's executive officer. He saw Hela at first glance, then he saw Zhang Wei and the others. He was slightly surprised. He did not expect such a coincidence. Seeing his former teammates in danger, Han Xiao took out the Red Falcon and fired a shot. Hela's protective energy was reduced by a lot, and the penetrating force was dispersed. It turned into a force that pushed her away. Power of the dead, master of death, master of soul's potential rating. Us outsiders could only see the introduction of the ability. Only the user could see the specific effects and development level. Through the basic knowledge of the Esper class, which was the development of the genetic chain to strengthen the ability, more applications could be obtained. Vital point immunity. You are immune to critical hits. The breath of death supports your life. Spirit disregard, plus 20% negative resistance, plus 30% mental resistance. Master of death, fearless. Ignore instant death, will not receive fatal damage. When HP is lower than 1%, will receive a special status, death like the wind, always accompanying you. Han Xiao was helpless. With this pile of abilities, even if Hela wasn't tanky, she would still be able to take a beating. No, it shouldn't be described as being able to take a beating. She was like a cockroach that couldn't be killed, unless one used an extremely strong burst of power to instantly kill Hela. Oh, I forgot. She was also immune to instant death. Oh, I'd better go wash up and sleep. As expected of a future big boss, the number of talents he has is almost more than Bennett's. He's only one lucky halo away from becoming a main character. Han Xiao shook his head. The first person he encountered was Hela, who was the most difficult person to deal with. However, Zhang Wei's team was in danger. Since he had the ability to help, he naturally wouldn't just stand by and watch. After all, they had fought side by side before. While Hela was being obstructed, Li Yalan took advantage of the opportunity and slashed down. Hela endured the pain and retreated. Her wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. She was very angry at Han Xiao for sneaking up on her, but she was on the boat and couldn't deal with the sniper on the shore. Speed wasn't her forte, so she could only use the vehicle as a shield. However, Li Yalan, Zhang Wei, and the others found an opportunity and continued to fight with her. They forced Hela to move, exposing her to Han Xiao's shooting range. Although they didn't know who the sniper on the shore was, it was obvious that he was here to help. Thus, Zhang Wei's team took the initiative to cooperate with him. This tactic was extremely effective, and Hela's hands and feet were tied. The sniper was extremely good at finding opportunities, and he would always be able to stop her when she was about to retaliate. His cooperation with Li Yalan, Zhang Wei, and the others was perfect, and Hela realized that she did not have any ability to retaliate. She could only keep dodging in frustration. However, in the eyes of Zhang Wei and the others, it was a different scene. Originally, the team of 4 could form a tactical system, but He was seriously injured and lost his combat power, causing a gap in their cooperation. However, the sniper filled the gap, appearing at every time when it was needed, and a sniper bullet always arrived on time. It was as if he understood their fighting pattern very well. Who was that person? Li Yalan and Zhang Wei had this doubt in their minds. On the other side, He was dizzy and could only fight normal soldiers. Looking at the cooperation between Zhang Wei and the others and the sniper, he suddenly had a strange illusion. It was as if the sniper was the real team member, and he was just an outsider. Hela is being held back. Lin Yu frowned. He looked at the truck by the shore and narrowed his eyes. Black Phantom? What is he doing here? The connection was coming to an end, and the estuary was not far ahead. Lin Yu really needed Hela's superpower to release group damage, so he had to release her. He ordered, Yuger, you take care of Black Phantom. Yuger had already boarded the barge, so he did not need to give any more orders. Hearing Han Zhao's order, he ignited a purple-black flame all over his body. Just as he was about to jump toward the truck and cause trouble for Han Xiao, he suddenly felt a pugilist energy wave that was as strong as his. He turned around and saw a middle-aged man wearing a Star Dragon agent uniform stepping onto another barge. His fist, which was wrapped in red flames, smashed into the side of an off-road vehicle that was parked on the deck. The vehicle immediately deflated and flew out like a cannonball. It knocked over a dozen German organization soldiers and 2 other vehicles along the way and flew off the barge together. Chapter 142. The Trump Card of Division 13. Yuger's face turned serious. He could not care less about Han, Xiao, and locked eyes with the middle-aged man. They were both powerful martial artists, and when they looked at each other, It was like igniting a barrel of gunpowder. The flames burning on their bodies suddenly exploded like two streaks of lightning sweeping across the sky. Their fists collided with each other with a loud bang. This scene seemed to be frozen in time as a thunderous explosion occurred in the air. Even the surface of the river rippled because of this. Flash. Martial artists trained their physique, and it was one of the 5 main professions that specialized in training their energy. Since Division 13 had used their trump card, they could only let Yuger, who was of the same level, deal with it. Lin Yu said helplessly, "Renette, you go and take care of Black Phantom." "Easy," Renette said calmly. As an assassin with the ability to teleport, Renette thought that he was the nemesis of all snipers. Even if his opponent was Black Phantom, he would not be able to escape from the gentle swipe of the sharp blade in his hand on his neck, and another tired soul that had fallen into despair in this world was released. Renette had always thought of himself as an artist. The next second, the black fog flashed, and Renette's figure disappeared into thin air. He suddenly appeared in the driver's seat of the truck and stabbed his blade toward Han Zhao's neck. Teleport. Han Zhao was very alert, and he immediately covered his whole body with the magnetically controlled retractable armor. However, before the blade could hit him, Mad Blade's angry sword actually reacted and rushed forward, blocking the blade for Han Zhao, and died immediately. Both of them were shocked, but Han Zhao reacted in 0.1 seconds. With a murderous look in his eyes, he grabbed Renette's arm with one hand and activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves with the other hand. Amidst the buzzing sound of electricity, he slapped it on Renette's face, and the burnt smell quickly filled the air. Ah! Screams of agony. Renette was in so much pain that he was going crazy. He teleported back to the barge, but his arm felt heavy. He was shocked to find that Han Zhao had grabbed his arm and was being brought to the barge as well. Han Zhao snorted angrily and clawed at Renette's face. His 5 fingers quickly melted through his skull, and the damage values poured out like a waterfall. Renette was in so much pain that he howled like a wild beast. His face was beyond recognition. Han Zhao suddenly raised his hand and slammed down. With more than 50 points of strength, he directly smashed Renette's head into a pile of burnt meat. "You have killed Renette, LV 46. Received 60,000 EXP, killing a target 6 levels above you. Your personal damage output is 82%. You have received an additional 49,200 EXP. Second advancement, Progress 2/3 Teleportation Esper ability has a lot of potential, but at the same time, it's very brittle. It's suitable for an assassin. He thought that my weakness was close combat. Han Zhao took a deep breath. Teleportation was a pretty good Esper ability. It seemed that as long as he was careful, he would be invincible. In reality, there were many subtle differences between teleportation Esper abilities. For example, when teleporting, would the user disappear alone, or would they bring others with them? How big was the range? Would it be possible to teleport as far as the eye could see, or would it be possible to teleport just by imagining a place? What was the method of teleportation? Would it be a mental manifestation appearing out of thin air, or a physical recombination of molecules? Was the cost fixed, or did it depend on the distance? Was it purely teleportation? Did it have any attack power? The devil was hidden in the details. These are all fatal reasons. In his previous life, he had also met other people who could teleport. For example, there was a guy who could teleport physically. He crashed into the galactic battleship's ionization shield and was pulverized into dust. Another guy who could teleport just by imagining jumped an entire star system and was drained dry. Renette's teleportation clearly had both mental and physical factors. If one's limbs were grabbed, they would teleport together with the other creatures. It was a contact type of teleportation. Once one was entangled with others, they would be in danger. His sniper combat mode was obviously an important factor in Renette's death. This was also the illusion that Han Zhao wanted others to have. When an assassin felt that they could take his life at close range, it was often the prelude to death. This disguise directly caused the death of a teleportation Esper. If it was a real battle, Han Xiao knew that he would not be able to do anything to Renette. Han Xiao straightened up and finally realized his situation. He was brought to the barge by Renette. German organization soldiers surrounded him with guns in their hands, aiming at him from all angles. Surrounded by enemies, Han Xiao's eyes suddenly turned cold, and he placed his hand on his chest. Open fire. Endless bullet screens drowned Han Xiao. However, the next moment, with Han Xiao as the center, a strong invisible force exploded. The enemies and vehicles within a 20-meter radius were all blown away and fell into the river. This area was cleared. Han Xiao was the only one left standing at the same spot. Only his chest was not covered by the magnetically controlled retractable armor, revealing a delicate device the size of a palm tied to his chest in the shape of a cross. It was still buzzing, and the sound gradually became softer until it finally stopped. Repulsive field drive type, special machine quality, green energy, 110/150, recharge required, effective range, 20 meters in diameter effect, releases a strong repulsive field, pushing away all objects within the range. Cool down, 6 minutes remarks, get lost. After 2 months of research, Han Xiao had obtained a variety of blueprints, and he had long armed himself. He took out the 2/3 enhanced Berserk Eagles from his waist, activated the electromagnetic hover boots, and jumped to another barge. Since I'm already here, let's kill them all. With Renette's blood on his body, Han Xiao's fighting spirit soared, and he started a massacre on the barge. The Berserk Eagles kept firing, and the recoil did not make his wrist tremble at all. The large-caliber bullets pierced through the chest and forehead of the German organization soldiers, leaving a trail of corpses along the way. He was like a black phantom on the battlefield, and no one could stop him. Soon, he arrived at the barge where Li Yalin and the others were. Han Zhao's reckless behavior quickly attracted everyone's attention. Lin Yu was furious. Renette, that idiot, was not only killed, but he also brought this monster to the barge. They were almost at the estuary, and he still did this to him. Hurry up and finish off Black Phantom, Lin Yu shouted. He ordered all the executive officers that, as the commander, he could not act rashly. Otherwise, there would be no one to monitor the situation. Hela had noticed Han Xiao long ago. She had been holding back her anger for a long time. She clapped her hands and blocked Li Yalin and the others with a mental attack. She took a deep breath and condensed the power of the dead. She turned around and let out a soundless scream at Han Xiao. She gathered all of her power and used it on Han Xiao, creating ripples in the air. It was as if a bomb had exploded in his brain. A sharp pain suddenly struck him. Han Xiao felt as if someone was stirring his brain with a spoon. His vision tilted, and his body uncontrollably fell to one side. He felt dizzy, nauseous, and wanted to vomit. The veins on his temples throbbed as if they were about to explode. His trigeminal nerve was in great pain. You have received 211 spirit damage. You are stunned. My intelligence attribute provides me with a certain amount of spirit resistance. Even so, I still received 200 points of damage. If I didn't have beginner strength in life, I would have lost almost 1/5 of my HP. On a novice planet like this, Hela's killing power was indeed terrifying. Enduring the pain in his head, he took out a silver grenade from his waist and threw it out. However, his aim was off, and it landed 10 meters away from Hela. Hela thought it was the stun effect, so she did not pay much attention to it. She was ready to charge up another attack, but when the grenade exploded, there were no flames or shrapnel. There was only an ear-piercing high-pitched sound that directly impacted her eardrums. Hela's brain was in great pain. She also felt the world spinning. You can make people faint, so can I. Han Xiao clenched his teeth. Chapter 143. Stunning the enemy was the specialty of mental attacks. Their mental resistance was also very high. However, the explosive grenade would cause the stun on a physiological level and cause the ear water to vibrate. Therefore, it did not depend on one's mental resistance, but on one's endurance. It was the nemesis of those who specialized in mental attacks. Hela was immediately hit. Her cold and elegant face was now filled with pain. She was tossing and turning like waves. No matter what Hela's background was, she only had one identity in battle, and that was the enemy. Han Xiao never knew how to spell the word soft-heartedness. He sprayed the two guns furiously, and the bullets were slanted on Hela's body, emptying the magazine. Then, before Hela could endure the pain and counterattack, he kicked her abdomen with a high-speed inertia with his electromagnetic hover boots, sending her flying into the air. She crashed through the railing and fell into the river. The surface of the river was dyed red with blood, and Hela's body sank into the river. Han Xiao naturally did not believe that Hela would die, and there was no notification on the interface. He estimated that after this series of attacks, Hela would be able to recover in a short while, so there was no need to worry for the time being. This kind of troublesome enemy can't be killed. We can't fight them head-on. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao finally had the time to look at Li Yulin and the others. His former teammates were looking at him in surprise. Black Phantom? Zhang Wei asked tentatively. For some reason, he found the name familiar. It seemed that she did not recognize him. That was good. Considering the hatred the German organization had for Zero, it was safer to continue hiding. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, but Li Yulin suddenly screamed. Han Xiao was puzzled. Han Xiao? Who was that? You got the wrong person. It's you. You're still pretending. I'll recognize you even if you turn into ashes. Li Yulin gnashed her teeth. Damn, how did you recognize it? How could I not fool him with my superb acting skills? Han Xiao was very surprised. You little girl, you don't play by the rules. The other members of the team were stunned. They were 30% suspicious of Li Yulin's judgment, but 70% believing it. They sized up Han Xiao from head to toe. At this moment, he was dressed in black and had dual pistols in his hands. He looked elegant and drenched in blood. More importantly, he had revealed his face. So that's what you look like, Zhang Wei murmured. He finally understood why Han Xiao used to wear a mask. When he was serving in Star Dragon's Scapegoat Bureau, Han Xiao was always wearing a mask. The team members didn't know Han Zhao's true face, and they didn't know Han Zhao's true identity. They immediately thought that the face under the facial simulator was Han Zhao's true face. They originally thought that he would be very handsome. Who would have thought that the famous Black Phantom was actually a former teammate? Everyone's feelings were very complicated. They were very shocked and full of doubts. Was he really that strong in the past? Why didn't he reveal it? Why did he leave Star Dragon and become an assassin? Why did the higher-ups even allow it? Wait, he had become the Black Phantom of the Dark Net, and the attitude of the higher-ups was ambiguous. Could it be that this was actually a secret mission? You're mistaken. There's no time for nonsense. The enemy is here, Han Xiao said righteously. Li Yulin's eyes were spitting fire. It's useless even if you deny it. That's right. He must be following the orders of the higher-ups to carry out a secret mission. That's why he can't reveal his identity. Could it be that Star Dragon is going to attack the Darknet? Everyone was shocked. A misunderstanding had unknowingly formed. The conversation happened very quickly. They were on the battlefield, so they could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and focus on dealing with the enemy. The battle between Star Dragon's assault force and the German organization's soldiers was very fierce. Supers were everywhere using their powers. The screams and gunfire played a symphony together. A German organization executive officer rushed toward Han Xiao and the others. Han Xiao pointed his pistol at him. His meaning was obvious. Zhang Wei and the others naturally had no objections and fought side by side. While the German organization executive officer was running, his body expanded like a balloon and turned into a 4-meter-tall white beast. He looked like a wolf, running on the deck, and his weight made the deck tremble. He opened his bloody mouth and bit toward them. His movements were full of strength and beauty. Shape-shifting Esper abilities were a common branch. There were all kinds of strange forms that crossed the boundaries of races. Some were strong, and some were weak. It was said that it was related to genetic atavism and genetic mutation. Some shapeshifters would become mutated creatures, but they could also become wild beasts. This kind of Esper ability was most common on planets with a magical background. Some shapeshifters could even pass down their Esper ability through reproduction, forming a bloodline, or they could awaken this kind of Esper ability through training. Science and magic were different civilizations. There are differences in the cognition of certain things. The methods of research were also different, and the stages of development had their own characteristics. The white wolf jumped on the deck and bit. Han Xiao, Zhang Wei, and the others worked together to fight this executive officer. This time, he played the role of a bystander and let Zhang Wei be the main tank while he shot from the side. Occasionally, he would close in and cut off a piece of flesh with the thermoelectric incisor gloves. Hou also used 2 guns, and his movements were smooth. He was originally proud of this, but when he saw Han Zhao's clean, simple, and unflashy double gun technique, he suddenly felt like he was a juggler and lacked a murderous aura. No wonder he is the famous Black Phantom of the underground world. He is so good with 2 guns. Hou was impressed. Originally, joining Zhang Wei's team was an order from the higher-ups. He had never heard of Zhang Wei's team having any particularly good battle results. He did not expect that the monstrous Black Phantom was actually a member of this team. The White Wolf was beaten black and blue. When it realized that it was not strong enough and that the other executive officers were too busy to help, it turned around and tried to escape. Han Xiao was already prepared. He aimed his guns at the eyes of the White Wolf and fired, activating the flaming will that had finished its cooldown. This time, he was lucky enough to get 2 times the damage. Bang! The White Wolf's eyes exploded, and it groaned in pain. It fell on the deck, and the whole barge shook. Zhang Wei immediately followed up with another attack. He had already used up all his ammunition, and an alloy blade grew out of his arm armor. The K-600 endoskeleton powered him, and he jumped up and slammed into the White Wolf's body. The alloy blade crazily stabbed many wounds. The others did not stay idle either. They swarmed up and killed the White Wolf. At this time, the fleet finally reached the estuary. The assault boats that were supporting the assault team appeared on the river and signaled for retreat. Zhang Wei turned to Han Xiao and asked, "Han, Black Phantom, do you want to retreat with us?" "No need." Han Xiao waved his hand. "Okay, thank you for your help. I will remember, and so will Star Dragon." Zhang Wei's tone was meaningful. He turned around and jumped onto the assault boats with his team members. Li Yalan looked at Han Xiao deeply. While the people of Division 13 were retreating, Han Xiao activated his electromagnetic hover boots and jumped back to the shore. He rushed to the truck that had been following them automatically. He jumped into the driver's seat and switched to manual driving. He immediately escaped from the riverbank. Hela, who was drenched, climbed onto the boat. Her head was still dizzy, and she stared in the direction of the truck. She had always been the one to deal with others like this, but this time, she was the one who got her revenge. "Black Phantom, I will remember you." Hela's eyes were cold, and the wounds on her body healed quickly. The Germinal fleet reached the estuary. They fired torpedoes and detonated the mine formation in advance. The explosion created huge waves and successfully entered the sea. Hesla's naval forces also recovered and chased after them. The submarines of both sides restrained each other, and the Germinal fleet went deep into the sea. From a strategic point of view, the Germinal organization broke through the blockade and successfully escaped. However, from a battle perspective, the Germinal organization lost at least 70% of its troops, while Star Dragon and Hesla's losses were less than 1/10 of the Germinal organization's. It could not be considered a victory for the Germinal organization, although they did not manage to intercept all of the Germinal organization's troops. The two countries had achieved the strategic goal of attacking the enemy to a greater extent. Overall, the winner of this battle was still Star Dragon and Hesla. Through the window, Han Xiao looked at the sea. The flames of the naval battle were fading away in his vision. He shook his head. The battle is over. Han Xiao looked at Madblade, who had revived and was sitting in the passenger seat. He wrote a generous mission without any requirements. Madblade had blocked the attack for him. Although he did not need it, he would not be stingy with the experience points. The introduction of the mission was a reward for blocking the attack. Mad Blade was very surprised. He did it completely subconsciously. It did not matter if he died, but he could not let anything happen to Han Xiao. He did not expect to receive such a pleasant surprise, and this made him even more determined to rely on Han Xiao. Second advancement. Progress 3/3. The executive officer Giant Wolf that he had killed with Zhang Wei and the others was a LV-45 character. Because it was a team kill, the additional experience points were not much, but it was considered to have completed the cross-level kill requirement. This also meant that Chapter 144. Being on the battlefield now was not the best time to advance. Of course, he had to leave the battlefield first. He first dealt with the other information, such as Battle of the Tedramara River. The final evaluation was B. He received 450,000 EXP, which was more than he expected. The EXP accumulated on the interface was in the millions. Dust of the Fallen Seeds. A-level mission progress increased by 2%, and the reward of active sabotage was even better. The Germinal Organization's evacuation force was a mix of various bases. Since Star Ragan and Hesla had destroyed them, he could also get a share of the loot. The total progress was 21%, which was the requirement to complete the mission successfully. There was no more progress to be gained in the southern continent. The interception war in the western continent and the northern continent would also take place today, so the progress would probably increase a little. After that, if he wanted to increase the progress, he could only go to the Germinal Organization's base camp, Andrea. There was still progress to be gained in the future, so naturally, Han Xiao would not end Dust of the Fallen Seeds immediately. The minimum requirement was 20%, and he had already completed it. This gave him confidence. Since he could complete the mission at any time, he was not in a hurry to complete the mission. He would try to get a higher evaluation. According to his experience, the higher the evaluation of the A-level mission, the more special the final reward would be. Not only EXP, but also skills, talents, potential points, special items, and even attribute points were not impossible. Driving the truck, Han Xiao arrived at the location where the Darknet's helicopter was parked. The pilot was already on standby. He packed up the useful machinery in the truck and threw it onto the helicopter. Then, he blew up the truck, leaving no trace. The truck cost him a lot of money, but he had plenty of money in his account, so he did not care about the cost of the truck. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. Han Xiao was glad that he knew how to make money. The market potential of the players was huge, so he did not need to worry about money in the short term. He did not want to experience the days when he was a mechanic again. They say that men become bad when they have money. It's true. Han Xiao sighed. He took a few puffs of his cigarette, sat on the helicopter, and ordered the pilot to take off. The rotors blew a strong wind, and the land in his sight gradually shrank. Han Xiao retracted his gaze and closed his eyes to rest. The dark sea waves rolled, and the sea breeze carried the smell of blood. After escaping the pursuit, the Germinal Organization's fleet sailed on the boundless sea. The main ship turned on the anti-detection device to prevent being discovered by satellites. There were many ownerless orbiting satellites in Blue Star's outer space. They were all left behind by the fallen countries of the old era. Some of these satellites were taken over by the Six Nations, some fell into the hands of other forces, some became public satellites for hackers, and some became space junk. Every ship had scorch marks from the explosion. The maintenance workers were busy repairing them, nailing steel plates to the gaps and repairing the damaged mechanical components. The idle armed personnel were cleaning the deck and washing away the bloodstains. They had suffered heavy losses trying to break through the blockade. Just the executive officers alone had lost 17 of them, and Han Xiao had killed 3 of them by himself. Lin Yu reported the details of the battle to the leader and emphasized this matter. Black Phantom's interference made the leader very surprised. At the same time, he was very angry. This made him feel like the Germinal Organization had become a toothless tiger that could be bullied by anyone. Because of this, he hated Zero even more. He He disrupted the organization's plans and even dragged the organization into a dangerous situation. The leader would occasionally think of the conversation when Zero had escaped from the laboratory. That traitor had kept his promise. Every time he thought of it, it made him even angrier. However, the leader only added Black Phantom to the observation list. He did not have the energy to pay attention to a small assassin. The next step of the organization was the leader's biggest problem. All the bases in the 3 continents had been evacuated. They had lost the initiative, and the 6 nations had no more worries. It was very likely that they would seize this opportunity to start a war and attack Andrea first. This was not what the leader wanted to see. The organization's strength was greatly damaged, and he urgently needed time to recover. Furthermore, Zero, who had the ability to predict the future, had to be eliminated. The Germinal organization had been operating in Andrea for a long time. If the 6 nations wanted to attack, they had no other choice but to land and fight. Launch an intercontinental nuclear bomb? Not to mention that there were still civilians living in Andrea. The Germinal organization also had land-based anti-missile facilities. If they were forced into a corner, they could activate the Hand of Death system and destroy the world. Of course, this was the last resort and could not be used as a trump card. Even if it was used as a threat, the 6 nations would not let the Germinal organization continue to develop. Perhaps Red Maple or Dina and Hesla would compromise and scheme behind scenes. However, the reckless Theseus and the crazy Raylan would definitely not care about any form of compromise. They would only launch an even fiercer counterattack. You want to die together? Go ahead and try. If you frown, you lose. In the original storyline, the 4 continents were the battlefields of the Germinal organization of the 6 nations. Those secret bases restricted the 6 nations and had a huge impact on the war situation. It was like the difference between holding a straight and a bomb in one's hand when playing Do Diju. At the climax of the war, the Germinal organization was defeated and almost destroyed. That was when the Hand of Death system was exposed. As there were not many armed forces left, some of the politicians of the 6 nations chose to compromise. In the eyes of some people, the goal of defeating the Germinal organization had been achieved. There was no need to fight head-on anymore. Furthermore, the 6 nations had also suffered losses, so they decided to focus on containment and let the remaining Germinal organization stay in Andrea. After all, it was an abandoned land that no one wanted. Although they could not eliminate the root of the problem, they could prevent the Germinal organization from rising again. The current situation was that the nail that restricted the 6 nations had been removed. The Germinal organization had lost its powerful means of threatening the 6 nations, such as massacring civilians and destroying cities. Only the base camp in Andrea was left. The 6 nations could combine their forces and go on expeditions to their heart's content. This put the Germinal organization in a very bad situation. The most important thing now was to divert the attention of the 6 nations and not give them the time and resources to start a war. The leader thought about it again and again, but could not come up with a good idea. Leader, Base 013 has an emergency report. It's about a recently successful test subject of the Genetic Improvement Program. This is the observation record. An assistant handed over a report. The leader had a headache whenever he heard the word test subject. He took the report and glanced at it. Suddenly, he paused. Seeing this, the assistant added, "Cases like this have appeared on more than one person. The following is the list. According to the investigation of the intelligence personnel, this phenomenon seems to be happening on a large scale and spreading like a contagious disease." The leader was silent for a long time, as if he was digesting the information. Suddenly, a cold laugh came out from under the mask. "Strange phenomenon. Maybe luck is on our side. The 6 nations are going to be busy." In the room on the ship, the light bulb was dim and flickering unsteadily. Hela took off her black combat suit and counted the wounds on her body in front of the mirror. The most obvious one was a scabbed bullet hole on the side of her ribs. The black blood stain was shocking. Hela was expressionless. She rubbed the wound a few times with her fingers. The scab fell off, revealing new tender flesh. She looked at her body in the mirror. Her skin was smooth and white without any old scars. Only she remembered how many times she had been injured. Hela lowered her eyes. Her long eyelashes covered her eyes. She put on her clothes again and looked at the dark sea outside the porthole silently. Live and wait for the next battle. Zhang Wei's team returned on Division 13's private plane. Other than Zhang Wei, who was writing the report, the rest of the team closed their eyes to rest. Say, how did Han Xiao become Black Phantom? Li Yalan suddenly opened her eyes. She was confused. What? Brother Xiao is Black Phantom? Lin Yao was shocked. He did not participate in the battle, so he did not know about this. Zhang Wei told them what had happened. Lin Yao was stunned. After a while, he could not help but ask, "Are you sure? I can recognize him, even if he turns into ashes." Li Yalan sneered. As a creditor, she was that confident. Aren't we going to get him back? His departure was very strange. He must have taken on a secret mission. When I submit the report later, I will ask the higher-ups. Zhang Wei shook his head. Li Yalan could not help but say, "Help me ask when he plans to return the money." Zhang Wei was speechless. Little Lin Lin, you don't look injured. Di Su Su, who was on the same plane, walked over. Li Yalan's face fell. She snorted arrogantly and turned her head away, ignoring her. Di Su Su did not stand on ceremony. She squeezed past the shy Lin Yao and sat down next to Lia Lin with a teasing smile on her face. Lia Lin hurriedly moved away as if Di Su Su was the source of the virus. Chapter 145. Lia Lin's eyes lit up. She was sure that Black Phantom was Han Xiao. She was very curious about what had happened to him after he left Division 13. Ignoring her dislike for Di Su Su, she asked, "What was he doing when you met him?" His codename was still Mr. Black, a Scorpion-level assassin. He was participating in a defense mission in Seagull City. He was related to the leader of the Darknet. Lia Lin hurriedly asked, "Did you get any other information?" Di Su Su raised her eyebrows. "Why are you so concerned? I'm very curious about him." Lia Lin had no choice but to explain. She felt that Han Xiao must have his reasons for becoming Black Phantom. He could not reveal his identity so easily. Curious? Oh no, this was usually the first step in love. She had to nip it in the bud. Di Su Su's eyes narrowed, but her smile did not change. She said slowly, I got some information about Black Phantom from a female assassin with the codename Golden Fox. 5 minutes later, everyone was in a daze. It took them a long time to digest this huge amount of information. Lin Yao was trembling, and Lambert had stopped cleaning his knife. Lia Lin mumbled to herself, "No wonder he didn't have any impulse when he touched me." Hoyu felt his throat dry up. He thought to himself that if Han Xiao returned to the team in the future, he would have to stay away from him. The next time you see him, remember to be careful. Di Su Su chuckled as she left. She then stood up and left, leaving the rest of the team looking at each other. Zhang Wei coughed. "He's our teammate after all. Don't discriminate against him." Everyone nodded hesitantly. Zhang Wei coughed twice and continued writing his report. However, he realized that the information just now made him feel uneasy. He could not calm down no matter what. He braced himself and finished the report. He immediately got up and went to find his superior. After handing in the report, he requested to speak with the minister. After a few minutes of waiting, his request was approved. The call was connected, and the bald head of the minister appeared on the screen. Zhang Wei went straight to the point. "We saw Han Xiao." The head of the Secret Service was shocked. Ever since the information was leaked, Han Xiao had disappeared without a trace. Although Division 13 had stopped the search for Han Xiao, they were still very curious about Han Xiao's whereabouts. The head of the Secret Service became serious. "Speak." Zhang Wei carefully chose his words and told them how he found out that Black Phantom was Han Xiao. The head of the Secret Service thought that Zhang Wei had seen Han Xiao with his own eyes, but he did not expect that it was just a conjecture without any evidence. He was stunned for a while and had a strange expression on his face. He held back his laughter and said, "Ew, you got the wrong person. How could Black Phantom be Han Xiao?" One was a super assassin in the Darknet, and that was a very high-level combat power. Although Han Xiao had shown his strength before, He was still too weak compared to Black Phantom. There was no comparison at all. This guess was too ridiculous. The head of the Secret Service wanted to laugh. He wanted to tell Zhang Wei that Han Xiao was zero, but after thinking about it, he swallowed his words. There is a confidentiality rule in the Bureau, and no one was allowed to reveal Zero's identity. Although there was no need to hide Han Xiao's whereabouts, and the German organization's strength was greatly damaged, rules were rules. After all, Han Xiao was a special agent, and this could reduce the risk and trouble. Therefore, even if the German organization knew that Zero was working with Star Dragon, they could not find him. The head of the Secret Service felt that there was no need to let Zhang Wei's team know about this. Zhang Wei's team had never seen Han Zhao's real face, so they did not know that his real identity was Zero. Ahem, about Han Zhao's identity. He can't be Black Phantom. Zhang Wei was stunned and misunderstood. He thought that the head of the Secret Service was trying to tell him not to care about this matter anymore. So, Han Xiao was most likely sent by the higher-ups on a special mission, and his identity had to be kept a secret. I understand. Zhang Wei gave him a look. The head of the Secret Service was a little confused. What do you understand? Why does that look so weird? Star Dragon's Division 13 finished sorting out all the reports and information, and the conclusion was handed to the 7-member committee. The 7-member committee held a meeting to sort out all the important issues that needed to be discussed. In the end, only Black Phantom was left. The 6 people except Gu Hui knew about Black Phantom's reputation in the Darknet, and the topic of discussion was their attitude toward Black Phantom. He provided help, but I'm not sure if it was the Darknet's idea or his own action. An old man knocked on the table and said slowly, "The Darknet contacted us a while ago, and they're preparing to start the sanctuary plan. They're requesting for our material aid, so this should be the Darknet's way of expressing goodwill to us through Black Phantom." Everyone nodded. The Darknet had always been neutral, and if they showed a bias toward the 6 nations, it was no doubt a good thing. The 7-member committee quickly came to a conclusion. They supported the Darknet's sanctuary plan, approved the material aid, and tried to rope them in. After the meeting, Gu Hui and Manager Gao pushed open the door of the meeting room and left the empty corridor side by side. They were discussing another matter in low voices. Is there no news about Han Xiao? Ever since he provided the information 2 months ago, he disappeared without a trace. Gu Hui shook his head. Han Xiao was the information provider, and Division 13 wanted to contact him again, but he did not pick up their calls or reply to their messages. It was as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth, and no one knew what he was doing. Thinking about Han Zhao's despicable ways, Gu Hui's heart sank. Will he be up to no good again? As for Zhang Wei's guess, Gu Hui had only heard it briefly from the head of the Secret Service, so he did not pay much attention to it. How could Black Phantom be Han Xiao? His looks and combat ability did not match. Zhang Wei's team did not know Han Zhao's real identity, so they made wild guesses. However, Gu Hui knew that Han Xiao was zero, so the information was not balanced, and this led to the misunderstanding. The Darknet had updated the information, and some information about the Battle of Tadrama River was leaked. Most people were worried about the future situation, and they felt that the shadow of war had once again shrouded the planet. The information included the news of Black Phantom's participation in the battle. Many forces were paying attention to this super assassin, and the information showed that Black Phantom was a powerful mechanic. Speaking of which, there were many powerful espers and pugilists, but there were only a few mechanics with strong combat ability, so Black Phantom's name should be added to the list. He still made a lot of noise. Bennett looked helpless as he drank a mouthful of medicinal tea to suppress his internal injuries. Wang Yuan suddenly received a call, and his face was filled with joy. Star Dragon has agreed to provide us with material assistance. Bennett was a little surprised. That was not a small amount, and Star Dragon had actually agreed to it just like that. What did they say? He asked. They are very grateful for our help. Bennett was confused. Help? What did we do? On second thought, Bennett realized that Star Dragon must have misunderstood that Black Phantom was sent by them. Black Phantom was the symbol of the Blood Pact Society, and his actions would always be labeled as part of the Darknet. Bennett did not know whether to laugh or cry. Black Phantom had done him a favor by accident, so, of course, he would not clear up this beautiful misunderstanding. He said helplessly, "Sigh, I guess I owe him a favor. By the way, what did Hesla say?" Wang Yuan pushed his black-rimmed glasses, and a strange light flashed through the lenses. They're still refusing." Bennett shook his head. He knew Hesla's style, and only Star Dragon was easy to talk to. If they wanted to get some material from the other 5 countries, they would not even think about it without some negotiation. "We have received Star Dragon's help, and the initial resources are almost enough. Let's start the shelter plan as soon as possible. The war will break out at any time, and the sooner we implement it, the more people we can shelter." Sleepy Winter and the other 2 completed the faction mission, Battle of Tedramra River. Naturally, the rating was low, but because it was a super-level mission, the EXP was considerable. They should have been happy, but when they thought of Mad Blade's performance, they suddenly felt that the mission reward was not enough. Comparisons would affect their mood, and it did not feel good to fall behind others, not to mention that the person who surpassed them was a player who started out at the same time. Rainy Kim did not have much of a reaction, but Sleepy Winter and Twinkle Fried Rice were a little depressed. After thinking for a while, Sleepy Winter sent a chat request to Mad Blade. "Mad Blade? Sleepy Winter, why are you looking for me?" Mad Blade's tone was humble. "I want to ask, did you trigger a hidden quest? We saw you on the battlefield." Sleepy Winter sent the video over. "You guys are here too?" Mad Blade was a little surprised. Why does he sound a little annoyed? Sleepy Winter coughed, chatted for a while, and then asked about Black Phantom. The video also recorded Black Phantom. Sleepy Winter naturally knew this high-level figure who appeared in Bighorn Village, and he was very curious about Mad Blade's opportunity. However, Mad Blade kept talking about random things and did not get to the point. Sleepy Winter knew that he was not willing to share the hidden quest, so he could only say goodbye and hang up. "He didn't say?" Twinkle Fried Rice asked. "No." Sleepy Winter shook his head. He was a little envious of Mad Blade, but the hidden quest was hard to come by. He suddenly had an idea. "Why don't we try looking for Black Phantom too?" The sky was turning bright. According to Han Zhao's request, the helicopter landed on a hill in the wilderness. Han Zhao told the pilot to wait for orders, got off the helicopter, and took a deep breath. The fresh air made him feel refreshed. After flying for half a night, they were far away from the Tedramra River. He was preparing to advance here, and Mad Blade just went offline. When players went offline, they would suddenly disappear, which gave the pilot a shock. Seeing that Han Zhao's expression was normal, he suppressed his surprise. The players showed their uniqueness everywhere. Although there were all kinds of Esper abilities in this world, which made people very receptive to abnormal things, as time passed, the uniqueness of the players would be discovered sooner or later. By then, some interesting changes would occur. Han Zhao could not wait to see this happen. It would prove some of his conjectures. Shaking off these thoughts, Han Zhao focused on the interface. The advancement requirement had been met, and he would advance as long as he leveled up. He looked at the experience he had accumulated in the past 2 months. After deducting the cost of upgrading skills and combining blueprints, he now had a total of 1 million experience points. Finally, it's time for the second advancement. Han Zhao was secretly happy. His leveling speed was like sitting on a rocket, especially after the appearance of the players. He had a very large channel of experience points. After this advancement, he would officially become one of the top fighters on planet Aquamarine. This was just the beginning. It meant that he would be able to step into places that he previously thought were dangerous. He would be able to obtain rare talents and skills, trigger dangerous missions, talents, skills, and equipment. These would have a huge impact on his combat strength. He was already half a step into the door to become a boss like Bennett and Hela, who had a full set of molding abilities. Level up. Han Zhao put in his experience points. Training Mechanic leveled up to LV 5. Plus 50 energy, plus 1 DX, plus 1 END, plus 4 INT, plus 3 free attribute points, plus 1 potential point. Chapter 146. After the promotion, the conversion ratio had increased from 1 to 15 to 1 to 20. Han Xiao could clearly feel that his body had become stronger, and his energy was more vigorous, especially the ball of heat in his lower abdomen, which made him very excited. The second promotion did not unlock as many skills as the first promotion. Unlike the first promotion, which felt like a new life, the second promotion felt like a natural progression, as if it was a necessary step in evolution. Although there was no notification on the interface, Han Xiao could feel that his senses had become sharper, and the world had become more vivid in his eyes. If he had to describe the feeling of the promotion, Han Xiao immediately thought of a word: natural. He could feel the breeze around his limbs, and his sense of smell could distinguish the mixed scents in the air. The various senses brought to him were magnified by a lot. The second promotion was the prerequisite for unlocking many skills. Of course, the most obvious benefit was that he could reach LV 60. The EXP on the interface was sufficient, and he did not need to suppress his level to accumulate EXP. He first leveled up Night Stalker from LV 6 to max level. This class gave him a total of 30 DX, 20 STR, 10 MYS, 10 potential points, and 20 free attribute points. Han Xiao then put his EXP into Trainee Mechanic. The upper limit of this class was LV 15, and the EXP required to level up increased. He spent a lot of EXP to level up from LV 5 to LV 10. His total level shot up 10 levels like a rocket, directly reaching LV 50. His energy points exceeded 1,000 and reached LV 6. He received new bonuses: plus 6 STR, plus 8 DX, plus 6 YND, plus 10 INT, plus 400 STR, plus 8% machinery quality, plus 8% manufacturing speed, plus 8% energy attribute enhancement. The higher his energy level, the higher the bonuses. Level 6 was a watershed, and he could receive a new bonus, energy attribute enhancement, which made the effects of his attributes even more prominent. To a mechanic, this was the magnetic energy that could be used to build and use machines. It was like an extension of one's limbs, increasing speed, improving quality, and strengthening power. The actual effect was far more useful than what it sounded like. Unlike the pugilist and esper classes, mechanics did not consume a lot of energy. In the beginning, energy did not even increase the main ability of the mechanic class by much. However, once they obtained this method of using energy, the characteristics of the mechanic class gradually appeared. Trainee Mechanic had reached level 10, and he needed 800,000 EXP to level up again. Now, he had about 1,300,000 EXP left on the interface. Han Xiao decided to keep half of it for himself to fuse blueprints and upgrade his skills. In the past 2 months, he had occasionally upgraded some of his important skills, such as Snipe, Moving Snipe, and Slide Shot. Of course, he did not forget about the blueprint. The core, magnetically controlled retractable armor, was already at level 5. He was now wearing a new armor, and its attributes were strengthened. Ranger Robot and low-level Smart Chip had also been upgraded. These were all useful blueprints. After looking at the skill list, Han Xiao put his experience into Flaming Will and Fine Enhancement Modification. These two skills were very cost-effective. After spending half of his remaining experience, he stopped. Both skills had leveled up by 2 or 3 levels. He had 38 free attribute points on him, and he put all of them into his intelligence attribute. The mechanic class was just that rough and simple. After doing all this, his personal combat power had skyrocketed. Without relying on his equipment, his energy rank had reached 1,200 ONA. Total level: 50 personal attributes, STR, 69 DX, 94 YND, 82 INT, 200 MYS, 11 CHA, 6 LUK, 1 health, 2 970 energy, 1,230 LV, 6 energy rank, 1,213. Han Xiao was very satisfied with the increase in his strength. His highest attribute was his intelligence, which had reached 200 points. This had greatly increased his efficiency in using his machinery. With the speed at which he was gaining experience, he would be able to reach level 60 in a short time. This was the upper limit of the second promotion, which was also the upper limit of the players in version 1. My current combat power, together with my machinery equipment, is at the top level of the blue star. Based on the standards of level 50, my attributes are very strong. This is because of my talents, and also because my main class level is high, and my secondary class is rare. I can deal with normal supers without any pressure. My machinery is my biggest trump card. However, my talents and skills are still a little too little. Compared to the main character of a planet like Bennett, I'm still far from it. Previously, Han Xiao had been busy harvesting the experience of the players. His next actions were still the same. To accumulate experience and increase his fame, he ran all over the novice villages outside of Andria. Teaching basic knowledge was the first round, and the second round was energy tempering technique, which would allow him to accumulate a huge amount of experience. After this, he felt that he could put his plan of obtaining rare skills and talents on the agenda. 2 months' worth of experience had been used up. If it were the players, it would not be so satisfying. They could not wait to level up as soon as they obtained experience. Han Xiao was not worried about the source of experience at all. The players were the biggest market. Energy tempering technique was a trump card. Once it was released, it would cause a frenzy among the players. This skill would definitely be awakened the first time he advanced, but the players did not know. As long as he taught it to the players before they reached level 20, he would be able to harvest a huge amount of experience. However, there was a prerequisite, and that was to increase his fame so that more players would know him and be able to come into contact with him. There are 2 ways. I'll take the initiative to find the players, or the players will have the opportunity to find me. Han Xiao stroked his stubble and fell into deep thought. Taking the initiative to find the players was just like the trip to Bighorn Village. Other than not going to Andria, he could harvest a wave of experience from the novice lands in the southern continent, western continent, and northern continent. If he wanted the players to automatically gather around him, there did not seem to be a good opportunity. After he advanced, the amount of missions he could give out increased, but when it was distributed to the entire player base, it was still not enough to attract all the players. His action in Bighorn Village had made a good start, and many players thought that Black Phantom could trigger the hidden storyline. However, it was far from enough to attract the players to actively gather around him. He still needed a plan for the long term. After this battle, the Germinal organization withdrew their forces from the 3 continents and went into hiding. The world situation would probably be stable for the time being. At least on the surface, there would not be a whirlpool of war. The storyline had been changed, and the Germinal organization would not declare war. However, on second thought, the initiative was in the hands of the 6 nations, and it might even cause the war to be brought forward. This was not his original intention. After realizing this, he could only smile bitterly. However, the result was not bad. If the 6 nations did not hesitate to declare war, defeating the Germinal organization would only be beneficial to him. Thinking about this, Han Xiao was relieved. He was not an arrogant person, and he never thought that he could control everyone. What he had always done was to rely on his advantage of foresight to gain benefits and guide the various forces. The deviated storyline still could not avoid war. Han Xiao could not help but sigh at the fact that the situation was indeed balanced. A small butterfly like him could not change everything. However, it was his feeling of being caught in the whirlpool and grasping the opportunity to develop himself while going with the flow that made Han Xiao very motivated. Han Xiao's eyes sparkled. Players should need about 2 months to reach level 20 according to the speed in my previous life. 2 months is enough for me to go to all the novice villages. After finalizing the next action plan, Han Xiao started to think about another thing, about his own strength. After his advancement, he could smoothly level up to the upper limit of version 1. 0. Of course, to him, there was no upper limit. He was thinking about the problem of combat power. Level was only a part of one's strength. It was more dependent on skills, talents, and equipment. Obviously, the mechanic class relied more on equipment. Chapter 147. The mechanic class was known for its versatility in battle tactics. Just like how Saint Seiya would not be defeated by the same move, the mechanic class would not only have one battle mode. In order to form a new battle mode, one would need to revolve around the core of the battle mode. For example, the core of the stealth sniper style was the sniper rifle, coupled with the electromagnetic hover boots, special ammunition, stealth abilities, and so on. For the mechanic class, to create a new battle mode from scratch was a very difficult but also very interesting thing. Creating all kinds of machinery and perfecting ideas would give one a sense of fulfillment when it was finally completed. It was similar to the experience of a management game. I have a lot of choices, such as the Ranger, the foldable turret, and the self-created mechanical suit. However, the Ranger's attributes and intelligence are not enough, and it is too big to carry around. Furthermore, there is only one model. Even if I force it into a robot army, the effect will not be good, and it is very expensive. As for the turret, although it has the word foldable in its name, the base plate is not small either. I don't have the speed to assemble it, so I can't form a fire coverage style. I can only use it as a trap. There is also the self-created mechanical suit. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He had a lot of blueprints that could be used on armor, such as the K-600 endoskeleton, smart chip, exoskeleton limbs, electromagnetic hovering power shoes, basic energy cube, and various modules. Furthermore, he had already learned all the basic knowledge, such as bionics, mechanical dynamics, assembly, energy, and so on. He had met the requirements to create his own armor. This idea was not bad, but there were some practical problems. For example, if he wanted to wear a mechanical suit, he would first need a logistics vehicle to repair faults and replenish fuel. Otherwise, his ability to fight would be very poor. It was a problem that most men would face. Furthermore, he did not want to run around wearing a metal can. It would be best if he could fly. He made a jet backpack, but it was still in the testing stage. Once it was activated, the backpack would fly out, but the person would not. If he tied the backpack tightly, he would be able to experience the feeling of a Ferris wheel traveling at 100 times the speed. Han Zhao felt that he would not want to try it a second time. So other than the small drone, his other machines did not have the ability to fly for the time being. Medium and large mechanical suits required the advanced knowledge, heavy mechanical modification. He could only make light mechanical suits. The nano suit was more classic, but it also required the advanced knowledge, micro-mechanical modification. Han Technician suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He had a new idea. I almost fell for the wrong idea. Actually, I don't need to use armor as the core of my battle strategy. I can start with the support type of light armor. I don't need to match it with firepower. I can just improve my personal qualities. He had an idea. The support type of light armor seemed reliable. He remembered many mechas that he had used or seen before. He should be able to replicate it. As for the robots and turrets, they were not convenient to carry around. They could not possibly bring a truck with them everywhere. Even if they wanted airdrop support, they would first need a transport plane. Not to mention the fuel costs. You know that the country's airspace is a no-fly zone, right? Even if the Farian Corporation had flight permits, they had to follow the flight route and could not fly anywhere. It was fine to fly in the wilderness, but there was no stable supply station in the wilderness. It would be difficult to use airdrops. The night gradually faded away, and the sky blossomed with the light of dawn, dyeing the night sky into a grayish-blue color and gradually brightening up. Han Zhao twisted his neck, and his cervical vertebrae made cracking sounds. A brand new power flowed through his body, and the rich energy made him feel full of energy. He felt that he could punch a hole in the sky. Of course, this was just an illusion caused by the sudden increase in power. After becoming stronger, his senses were also more sensitive. Han Zhao felt that his vision, hearing, and smell had all improved. He looked into the distance and could see the rough texture of a tree in the distance. Han Zhao boarded the helicopter and let the pilot take off. After taking the dark net helicopter and landing several times for refueling, they arrived at another novice village in the southern continent. It was also a rogue settlement called Green Valley Town. Blue Star had a total of 19 novice landing sites. 5 were in the southern continent, 4 were in the western continent, 4 were in the northern continent, and 6 were in the Andrea mainland. Green Valley Town was a settlement controlled by a rogue warlord. It was one of the territories of the Overmera family. Overmera was a well-known rogue warlord force. It was managed by a family, and its headquarters was in the northern continent. It was a partner of Theseus, and it also had a territory in the southern continent. The leader was D-Lot Overmera. Those who had this surname were his direct relatives, and the other leaders were all strong people, such as the second leader Xiao Jin, the third leader Sei Qi, and so on. It was a force made up of people from different countries in the old era, and there were all kinds of races. The warlord forces had various names for themselves, such as family, group, consortium, general, and so on. The original intention was for the rogue to stick together and not be bullied. Later on, the force grew and became a warlord with armed forces. They had a lot of authority in the wilderness, and many rogues would seek refuge in their territory. After all, the wilderness of Blue Star was not safe. What he needed to do now was to continue looking for players to gain experience. The time in the early stages was precious, so he did not rest after the battle and went straight to the novice village to find players. There were 3 situations where players could log in, log out, and revive. The first was to revive on the spot. This required some explanation. If you were in a moving vehicle when you logged out, then you would revive on the vehicle and not at the original geographical location. For example, if you were traveling in space, it would be too bad if you were not in the spaceship when you logged in. The second was to revive in the nearest city. This was only suitable for reviving and not for logging in or out. This meant that if you died, you would get a free chance to return to the city. The third was to bind to a certain revival point. There were some special conditions, such as faction affiliation, special items, and the approval of NPCs. For example, if you joined a secret faction, you could choose to bind to that faction stronghold as your revival point, but other players could not. Mad Blade's angry sword would go online in the helicopter. Han Xiao left the contact phone and asked the pilot to wait. He then trekked through the forest and headed to Green Valley Town. 2 hours later, the outline of Green Valley Town appeared in the distance. It was located on a plain in the forest, built with fortifications and surrounded by barbed wire. Rogues with guns were patrolling everywhere. Just as Han Xiao had guessed, the players were camping outside the settlement, just like Bighorn Village. Han Xiao did not hide. The lookout in Green Valley Town saw him from afar and immediately reported to the person in charge of Green Valley Town, Balsas. Balsas was a bald black man. He was not tall nor strong, but he was short and thin. His pair of triangular eyes made him look very gloomy. When he heard the lookout describe Han Zhao's appearance, he was slightly surprised. Sounds like Black Phantom. Balsas took out his laptop and pulled up the picture of Black Phantom's bounty. After getting the confirmation from the lookout, his expression changed. I heard that he just intervened in the Battle of Tadramra River a few days ago. What's he doing here? I don't have anything to do with him. Black Phantom's name made Balsas a little afraid. Although there were many armed forces in Green Valley Town, it did not make him feel safe. Balsas pondered and said, "Should I contact him to confirm the purpose of his visit?" Overmera and Black Phantom did not have anything to do with each other. Balsas felt that there would not be any conflict with Black Phantom, and no one on the Darknet had put a bounty on him. He calmed down and called an assistant to contact Black Phantom on his behalf. He did not dare to meet Black Phantom personally. When the assistant walked out of the gate and walked toward Black Phantom, Balsas went to the gate and observed through the barbed wire. He was very careful. However, Balsas soon saw a scene that surprised him. He saw that the group of refugees who were temporarily staying outside the settlement were very excited about Black Phantom's arrival and surrounded him. Balsas was very surprised. How did this group of refugees know Black Phantom? There were fewer players in Green Valley Town than in Bighorn Village. As soon as Han Xiao arrived at the players' camp, He was warmly welcomed. The players all crowded around him. There was a sea of people, and he was completely surrounded. The incident in Bighorn Village some time ago had spread to the entire Blue Star group through the forum. The other novice villages were very envious of the people in Bighorn Village who could change their profession. Now that they saw Black Phantom unexpectedly appear here, the novice players in Green Valley Town were very excited. Black Phantom is here. We are in luck too. The players were very excited. Chapter 148. Bunhit Dog had his eyes set on Galaxy as the next video series. As there was very little information on the official website, he was sharp enough to find an opportunity to do a series of commentary and introduction videos. He liked Galaxy very much. A popular game would definitely spawn many video creators. Usually, the first person to release a video would be able to use the game's popularity as long as the quality was good. However, poor Bunbeat Dog had not found a good entry point. The first video was very important, and he did not want to be perfunctory. It would be best if he could make some interesting content that normal players would not have access to. The appearance of Han Xiao made poor Bunbeat Dog feel that the opportunity had come. Black Phantom was very popular on the forum. If the first video was about Black Phantom, it would definitely attract the interest of the players, who would not be curious about this mysterious high-level figure that appeared first. He could use this popularity to make the video popular. Pork Bun Beat Dog, who was in the crowd, immediately turned on the recording function, aimed at Black Phantom, and started to record the material. The commentary and comments were all added later. The crowd of players was the influence of the Bighorn Village incident, which saved him a lot of time. He decided not to sell anything. He did not bring anything with him, and just released a list of skills which required 5 points of favorability to learn. That meant, you want to change your class? Just give me money. Black Phantom is not selling anything. How do we increase our favorability? Do we give him money? The players were shocked, whispering, and the crowd was in an uproar. Han Xiao was calm. He did not need to go through so much trouble in Bighorn Village. Everyone knew that he could change his class here. The price he set seemed to be a scam, but it was actually very straightforward. 2,500 aquamarine dollars for a chance to change class to mechanic. It was up to you whether you want it or not. Compared to the normal way to get basic knowledge, 2,500 aquamarine dollars was a small price to pay. At this time, Balsa's assistant walked over. He swallowed his saliva nervously and did not dare to get too close to Han Xiao. What's the matter? Han Xiao glanced at him. Ahem, what are you doing in Green Valley Town? The assistant asked. Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette. I'm just passing by. Don't worry, I'm not interested in finding trouble with you. The assistant heaved a sigh of relief and said, Then Overmera welcomes your arrival. General Balsas invites you to the town to welcome you. No need, I'll just stay here. Han Xiao shook his head and refused. It was not convenient to communicate with the players in the town. Anyway, the other party would definitely not dare to cause trouble for him. He would leave after collecting the EXP, so he naturally did not care what Balsas thought. Yes. The assistant hurriedly walked away. His heart was beating like a drum, and his back was soaked with cold sweat. The aura of a legendary killer was too scary. Even if Han Xiao didn't move, the assistant was so scared that he almost couldn't stand still. Especially his eyes. They were as terrifying as the eyes of a wolf in a dark forest. Just being stared at by Han Xiao made the assistant's hair stand on end. This was one of the uses of legendary points. When negotiating with some forces, there would be some additional influence. When the assistant returned to town, Balsas asked, What did he say? The assistant told him everything in detail. Just passing by? Balsas frowned. The cloud of suspicion did not disperse for a long time. He felt that Black Phantom and the refugees outside had some secrets. After pondering for a while, he ordered, Get someone to keep an eye on Black Phantom. Report to me if there are any abnormalities. Also, get some information from those refugees. I have a feeling that Black Phantom is coming for them. On the other side, the players watched the whole conversation between Han Xiao and Balsa's assistant. Suddenly, they had a question. They had detection. So, of course, they knew Black Phantom's name. But how did the assistant know? Could it be that Black Phantom was very famous on this planet? Was he a big shot that everyone knew? The players were still at the stage of figuring out the background of Blue Star. The structure of the planet, background, and forces were still like a veiled beauty. They could only understand bits and pieces from the map. It was like scratching an itch through a boot. Suddenly, the players were very curious about Black Phantom's background. Figuring out the story of the planet and participating in it was one of the joys of the game. Bun Hit Dog faithfully recorded the whole process. He was secretly excited. His intuition told him that this was definitely a great hidden element, an explosive point. The identity of Black Phantom could be used as a prelude to unveil the background of the world. While Han Xiao was quietly making a fortune in Green Valley Town, the world situation was surging. Star Dragon, Hesla, Red Maple, Ordina, Theseus, and Raylan. The Six Nations operation against the Germinal organization had ended, and the aftermath was gradually showing. The Six Nations conference had only been held 3 times. The first was when the Old Arrow War ended and the Six Nation structure was decided. The second was in the second month after the war. The pollution of the war affected the ecology, and they discussed how to deal with it. The third was in the 5th year after the war to discuss the placement of the Wanderers. The last 6 nations of Blue Star were not very close to each other. If it was not a global issue, they would not advance or retreat together. Today, the 4th Six Nations Conference was held in secret. The topic was the next step of the Germinal organization's plan. To fight or not to fight. The conference was held remotely, and the leaders of the Six Nations joined in the communication. In a sealed meeting room in Star Dragon's Dragonhorn building, the leader of Star Dragon sat at one end of the table. On the other end of the table was a big screen showing the images of the leaders of the other 5 nations. The corner of the meeting room was full of people. They were all big shots in the military and politics, and Gu Hui was among them. The meeting had been going on for 2 hours. So, has everyone decided? The leader of Ordina said emotionlessly. No one could tell his preference. The leader of Theseus said in a deep voice, Raylan, Star Dragon, and I agree to send out the troops. Hesla and Red Maple oppose. The leader of Ordina was silent for 3 seconds. I abstain. Everyone looked like they had guessed it. Gu Hui did not change his expression. 3 votes in favor, 2 against, and 1 abstained. He had guessed this result. Theseus and Raylan were the most stubborn. Star Dragon had the deepest hatred for the Germinal organization and would definitely not let go of this opportunity. Hesla and Red Maple were not willing to spend money to start a war. Ordina looked like a bum following the crowd, but in reality, it was always scheming behind the scenes. The leaders discussed for another hour and decided on the general direction. In the end, they decided that the details of the expedition would be discussed by each country's military. The big screen went black, and the 3-hour-long meeting officially ended. The leaders in the meeting room looked serious. In a meeting just now, it was decided that the Six Nations would conduct a large-scale military operation on the same scale as the Old Arrow War, an expedition to Andria. The Six Nations would advance and retreat together, attacking Andria from 6 directions and completely destroying the Germinal organization. Chapter 149. Players from Green Valley Village took screenshots and showed off Black Phantom's arrival on the forums, which led to another round of heated discussions. It was Bighorn Village before, and now it's Green Valley Village. Will he go to the next novice location? Is this high-level character arranged by the game developers? The timing of his appearance is so strange. If he's a mechanic instructor, his whereabouts are too erratic. Is he the main character of the planet as written in the official website? Doesn't look like it. I think the main character of the planet should be related to the main storyline, so he won't be contacted so early. Black Phantom should be an Easter egg-type mysterious character that provides mechanic class advancement. Does this mean that other than Black Phantom, it is very difficult to find a mechanic class advancement opportunity? Is that why the developers let Black Phantom compensate us? What the F***CK? Does this mean that if you want to change your class as a mechanic, you won't get it again? The speculation about Han Xiao never stopped. The popularity of Bighorn Village had not yet subsided, and he was once again promoted by the players from Green Valley Village. Han Xiao read quite a few posts with great interest and concluded that there were a few types of players' opinions of him. The first thought was that he was a mysterious businessman who appeared in the early stages to give benefits to the new players. This thought was supported by the most people. The second thought was that he was a mechanic instructor. The third thought was that he was an important storyline character who could trigger important missions. Because of this, Han Xiao had to deal with a bunch of players who wanted to trigger hidden missions every day. Maple Moon's example was exposed on the forums. The players all thought that as long as they showed hostility to the German organization, they could trigger his hidden mission. These people had all kinds of weird lines, and Han Xiao naturally rejected all of them. There were even players who thought that they were handsome and had high charisma and tried to take the great mechanic Han down with their looks. This was especially so for the female players. The leader of Sky Territory, Jade Green Sky, had once posted that women would have a favorable impression of Black Phantom, which caused Han Xiao to be surrounded by soft, gentle, and beautiful women. Han Xiao was indifferent to this. Do you think you don't have to pay just because you are good-looking? How naive. There were also some players who were very arrogant and actually tried to attack him. Han Xiao maintained the attitude of a doctor who violently corrected all diseases. As long as such players revived, Han Xiao would kill them. The game only refreshed the number of deaths every 6 days. This was the resurrection mechanism or the anti-addiction mechanism. Players who dared to attack were directly forced to go offline. This kind of lawless player in the game was obviously used to playing standalone games that could save and load files. When other people played online games, they would carefully and steadily develop, afraid that they would waste their account. Who would dare to be so rampant? No one sympathized with the players who were courting death. Old Raleigh had been around for more than 10 generations, and there would always be fearless chicken-killing maniacs who would challenge the entire world. He was used to it. Players lined up one after another to pay. Quite a number of players were attracted by Han Xiao's display of mechanic class strength. But because the requirement this time was to directly give a gift, some of the more rational and stingy players were hesitant, and the line to pay was rather sparse. Han Xiao dealt with it casually while browsing the forum. Suddenly, a new post caught his attention. The title was Galaxy Times. This program is out. Han Xiao's face lit up, and he felt nostalgic. Galaxy Times was a semi-official program with a wide variety of content. The content was all about the official news of Galaxy, all kinds of interesting news, the movements of professional players, analysis of the game progress, and so on. In the past, Han Xiao was a loyal fan of Galaxy Times, and every time he finished reading it, he would immediately ask for more updates. Now that he had joined the program, he wondered if the content would change. In the video, a male and a female host sat in front of the camera like a news broadcast. Behind them was the constantly changing scenes of Galaxy and the scenery of various novice planets. "Hello, players," the male host said. "This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and escorting your gaming career. The open beta has been open for 10 days, and the enthusiasm of the players has not decreased at all," the female host said. "Then, let us first review the major events that have happened in the past 10 days. The first issue of Galaxy Times was very detailed. The next 10 minutes quickly reviewed the movements of the players in the 10 days of the open beta and introduced the civilization background of each planet. Among them, there was Planet Longsong with an ancient background. Everyone wore armor and fought with cold weapons such as swords, spears, and hammers. The background was like a mixture of ancient China and the Western Middle Ages. Obviously, this planet was dominated by pugilists and mages. If the main storyline was given a subtitle, it would probably be Total War, World Hegemony, I'll Use Your Skull as a Bowl, and so on. There was also Planet Brighton with a highly developed magic civilization. The city was like a floating island, and 99 magic towers were distributed on the edge of the city, forming a resonance with the main tower in the center of the city, forming a city defense circle. Also, the shining crystal ball at the top of the tower provided magic power to make the city float. Occasionally, a dragon could be seen crossing the sky. It was very difficult for novice players to survive in this world, and it was very easy to exhaust the limit of the number of deaths. Of course, there was an even more difficult beginning, and that was planet Winterfrost, one of the territories of the Void Demon Race's extinguished army, and also the only planet where interstellar battleships could be seen. The battleships of the Void Demon Race were ferocious and flamboyant, a mixture of magic and technology. The combat power of the Void Demon Race was also off the charts, and they could even ride cosmic creatures into space for a short period of time. Their strength level was very high, and the status of the players here was even lower than cannon fodder. Fortunately, Planet Winterfrost was only a branch of the extinguished army, and the main storyline was not to deal with the Void Demon Race. Otherwise, the American players who chose Planet Winterfrost as their base would not even be able to walk out of the novice village. The more resources a novice planet had, the more difficult it was to start. In comparison, Blue Star's difficulty and resources were more moderate, and its technological background was similar to reality a few decades ago. There were not many surprises, unlike other novice planets with a background where even the trash can on the street was new to the players. However, Blue Star was very popular on the forums, and the reason was the appearance of Black Phantom. He was the first high-level character to interact with the players. The two hosts changed the topic and talked about Black Phantom. The next thing is the incident that happened on Blue Star. Friends who follow the forums know that Black Phantom is the first mysterious high-level character to appear in front of the players, and the players know very little about him. Chio, what kind of role do you think he plays in the story of Blue Star? The male host asked. Current intelligence shows that Black Phantom seems to have a high position. His identity is very mysterious, and he has a hostile relationship with the Germinal organization, the female host said. Oh, so he belongs to the Six Nations? I'm not sure. The female host shrugged. Maybe only the developers can answer this question. Okay, after hearing this joke that is not funny at all, let's get back to the topic. The male host changed the topic. Speaking of Black Phantom, he seems to be a mechanic instructor, and he can trigger hidden missions. The latest intelligence shows that Black Phantom has appeared in Green Valley Town in the southern continent of Blue Star. So, friends who want to change class as a mechanic should seize the opportunity. Black Phantom is by far the easiest way to obtain the knowledge to change class. However, there have been different opinions on the forums recently. Some players who change class as a mechanic seem to be regretting it. The female host pretended to be surprised. There is such a thing. At this time, there was an argument in the bullet screen. Most players chose the class that they saw as strong, and when they were attracted to it and realized that the skills of the mechanic class were not as strong as they thought, they would naturally complain. Chapter 150. I'm a closed beta player from Bighorn Village. A few days ago, I was at Black Phantom's place and changed my class to mechanic. I thought it was a strong class, but after changing, I realized that the mechanic class was completely different from what I thought it was. Its skills were rubbish, it failed to repair, and my equipment was damaged. I had to buy materials to repair it again. My pistol was broken like that. My pistol was so King weak. A public beta player who was 4 levels lower than me challenged me to a PK. He didn't have a main class, and his secondary class was a hunter. I fought with him 11 times, and I didn't win even once. I lost to his secondary class with a primary class, and I was 4 levels higher than him. The mechanic class was SH*T, and I could only be a life profession player. I was attracted by Black Phantom's video. I was King fooled. Those high-level NPCs always have bonuses. Black Phantom is not a player, and his combat power is not convincing at all. The mechanic class was unbearably weak in the early stages. Maybe it could be as strong as Black Phantom in the later stages, but it was behind the starting line in the early stages. It would take a long time to reach the level of others. Also, the mechanic class relied on machines to fight, and the materials to build machines cost money. This class was only for the rich, and it couldn't be played without money. The mechanic class has no future. My account is useless, and I can only delete it and start again. Rubbish class. Lusman's reply was full of resentment, and he even attached the video of his consecutive PK losses. Many people agreed and pushed him to the top of the list. Glancing at the other posts, Han Xiao realized that most of the posts had traces of Lusman. That guy had copied and pasted the same post many times, and he was filled with resentment. This kind of behavior made many people feel disgusted, and some people also argued with Lusman. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes. He was not surprised. Players would find out sooner or later that the mechanic class was not suitable for combat in the early stages. Lusman was the first, but he would not be the last. These people who complained were attracted by him. They chose whichever class they thought was strong, and when they found out that it was completely different from the class they imagined, they felt cheated and were angry. There were also players who liked the mechanic class and ignored these arguments. Some people played games for fun, and some people played games to be the best. Lusman obviously belonged to the latter. These negative comments would more or less affect his business. There is only one chance to choose a main class, so the players would become more cautious, especially the first batch of players. Han Xiao shook his head. He still wanted to attract more players into the mechanic class and expand his market. It seems like I need to strengthen the players' confidence in the mechanic class. However, just displaying my strength is not enough. The program was still going on. The male host changed the topic and said, "We have obtained the first cut of the next unreleased promotional video from Shanghai. Please take a look." Another video played on the screen. Just like the official announcement of Galaxy, this promotional video focused on the battle scenes of various professions. The heavy armored knight's entire body was bursting with flames, and the tip of his spear burst forth with a chi aura. He collided with a group of iron shield guards, and the sound of the collision was like a clap of thunder. Shadows of people fluttered in the air. A race with horns on their heads controlled the elements. Flames coiled around their bodies like a long snake. The hooded magician started chanting, and a complicated light magic circle appeared under his feet. Dazzling magic light spurted out from his fingers. The bald, ascetic-like psychic controlled objects and released invisible mental attacks. The enemies surrounding him fell like wheat being cut down. Blood spurted out of their nostrils. The scene was very realistic. All kinds of lights and shadows were dazzling, making people's blood boil. This was the first cut of the promotional video, and it had not been finalized yet. The scenes were recorded by players from various novice planets. For the time being, only a few high-level characters showed their combat strength. It barely gathered the battle scenes of the 5 main classes. Among them, the mechanic class was the scene of Black Phantom. Han Xiao was the first high-level character to show his combat strength. There was a glimpse of Bighorn Mountain, part of the Battle of Tedrama River, sniper rifles, turrets, rangers, and even Mad Blade's angry sword were shown. The players who were watching finally came back to their senses. The bullet screen was full of comments to express their excitement and shock. I didn't expect to be chosen for the promotional video. Han Xiao was a little surprised. He still remembered the promotional video of this version in his previous life. The scene of the mechanic class was a process of manufacturing machinery. This made the players think that it was a logistics class. Of course, very few people changed to the mechanic class. According to the statistics of version 1.0, the proportion of mechanic class players was only 9.7%. His version of the promotional video would definitely attract a large number of players. The mechanic class would definitely not be as bad as before. It would attract more players. Even if there were regretful mechanic class players complaining on the forum, it would not have a big impact. The promotional video also increased his popularity, which was more effective than the players' praise. Han Xiao was very happy. He estimated that his popularity would rise again. The next segment of the program was the trend of the professional players. The male host said, "In the 10 days of the open beta, many famous esports clubs have switched to Galaxy. According to the statistics, the Esper class is currently the most popular class. This class is like a lottery. If you get an ability with high potential, it's like winning a lottery ticket of $10 million. Your future is limitless. It is known that America, South Korea, France, Japan, and Switzerland have all shown strong espers with grade A potential. The big clubs have made offers for these accounts, which are worth millions of dollars. The bullet screen was in an uproar. Buying a novice account with millions of dollars was like winning the lottery. If you were lucky, you could become rich straight away. Latest news: America's Devil Club, Sandstorm Club, France's Tulip Club, and South Korea's Four Stars Club have all bought accounts and will be controlled by the top players of the clubs. The God-level players will still use their own accounts. The God-level players of America's Devil Club, King and Queen, K and Q, have changed to the Mage class and obtained a rare talent through a hidden mission. The God-level players of France's Tulip Club, Lost Angel, have chosen to start randomly and seem to have obtained a special opportunity. South Korea. The foreign esports players all had good performances. The Chinese esports players were not weak, but they rarely reached the top. The champions' thrones of various competitions have been dominated by the clubs of America, France, Japan, and South Korea for a long time. If they could win the championship once, it would be like celebrating a festival. The domestic players also had good performances. A player with the ID Maple Moon completed the prize pool mission alone and obtained more than 100,000 EXP. She became the biggest winner, which is very beneficial for her future development. Maybe she can accumulate advantages like a snowball. This mission is related to Black Phantom. A dark horse with the ID Mad Blade Raging Sword has appeared among the professional players. Yesterday, Rivertown Club, which Mad Blade Raging Sword is in, held a press conference and released a video of the battle between Black Phantom and Mad Blade Raging Sword. Everyone should have noticed that Mad Blade Raging Sword has appeared on screen. He seems to have triggered Black Phantom's hidden storyline. The video of Mad Blade Raging Sword was sent to him by Sleepy Winter. In order to increase their reputation, the club used it for publicity. When the Chinese professional players were in a slump, this move made Mad Blade Raging Sword receive a lot of attention. That's the content of this episode. Look forward to seeing you next time. Next is the lucky draw. How many times has Black Phantom been mentioned in this episode? Please send your answer to the official account, and we will draw 10 people. Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. He turned off the video. Han Xiao appeared the most frequently in the entire show. It was as if all the good things were related to him. He gave the audience a feeling. Black Phantom equals opportunity. Han Xiao did not expect that he would appear on screen so many times. His plan had paid off, and his reputation had increased again. The direct effect was that after the show was broadcasted, more players came to change their class, and he earned a lot of EXP. Chapter 151. Before Han Zhao's arrival, Balsas had used a few meager resources to drive the players to hunt down the beasts. However, Balsas had discovered something strange. Every time the refugees went out to hunt, they would always come back unscathed. There was not a single casualty. Later on, he noticed something shocking. These refugees seemed to have the ability to resurrect themselves, so they would not truly die. This discovery shocked Balsas. If it was just one person with the ability to revive, he would not be surprised. However, it was unbelievable that a group of people had the ability to revive. Could it be that the ability was contagious? Just like the bear tribe in the myths, their saliva would contaminate the genes. How could they turn normal people into their own kind when they bit them? After some observation, Balsas realized that even a small profit could satisfy them. His mind suddenly became active. If I can get these weird refugees to become my subordinates, with their ability to revive, no enemy will be able to defeat me. I won't have to be afraid of Black Pine's people anymore. Although the refugees all had the ability to resurrect, their individual combat strength was very weak. Balsas had once asked the refugees about their origins, but the answers he received were all meaningless nonsense. No one could tell him anything. Balsas was a little conflicted about this, but it was not a big deal. He only wanted to use the refugees as cannon fodder. Their origins were not important, so he decided not to look into it for the time being. Instead, he was prepared to buy as much as he could. However, before he could do anything, Black Phantom arrived and was being chased by the refugees. Balsas immediately became alert. Black Phantom came specifically for this group of refugees. He also knew about the uniqueness of this group of refugees. Black Phantom was not to be trifled with, so Balsas decided to wait and see. However, an accident happened. The beasts living nearby attacked the town. Hordes of beasts that covered the mountains and plains attacked from the forest, causing the ground to rumble and shake. The majority of the beasts were gray devil wolves. Their fur was gray and black, and they were the size of wild cows. There were also thick purple pythons that were more than 10 meters long swimming among the wolves. Beast hordes were very common in the wild. It was a disaster that every settlement had to face. Balsas did not hesitate to order the town to be sealed off. He had the soldiers control the machine guns on top of the walls and defend against the hordes from above. The players who were left outside the town became a buffer zone. Balsas was glad that he had this group of refugees as cannon fodder. You have triggered an emergency mission, protect Green Valley Town. It wasn't just the players. Even a Han technician had received an emergency quest. The reward was only a few thousand EXP. Han Xiao watched the players fight the monsters with great interest. Balsas realized that Han Xiao had somehow climbed up the wall and was calmly looking at the battlefield below. Balsas's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom was able to climb up the wall under the watchful eyes of so many people, which meant that he could easily approach him. He was indeed a meritorious assassin of the Darknet. His movements were silent and unpredictable. The players defended Green Valley Town and fought back with all their might. The scene was bloody. Fortunately, they had the support of the town's machine guns. The flames and gunshots never stopped. Otherwise, the players of this level would have been defeated. Han Xiao paid attention to the performance of the players. At this time, Green Valley Town only had two main classes of players, Espers and Mechanics. He saw many Esper abilities that strengthen the body, such as super strength, endurance or speed, rapid self-healing, and elemental manipulation, such as gathering rocks to form armor. There were all kinds of strange Esper abilities. Although they were all low-level abilities and did not last long, they still managed to injure some gray devil wolves. Only the Esper player's performance was slightly better. The battle between the monsters and the players was chaotic. Some players recorded the battle and posted it on the forum. Han Xiao narrowed his eyes, got up, and jumped down the wall. He decided to end the battle quickly. Activating the electromagnetic hover boots, Han Xiao jumped into the battlefield as if he was stepping on a piece of slippery ice. Like a flash of black lightning, he went straight for a smaller gray devil wolf. This wolf was very old and had sparse fur. It was the leader of the pack, and Han Xiao had noticed it when he was observing the battlefield. Han Xiao did not plan to use sniping to deal with the monsters. He lacked AoE damage, and he had limited ammo. It was a good opportunity to test his LV-50 skills. Even if he was a mechanic, he could still crush these LV-20 monsters with his physical fitness. The Beast Tide was a common disaster in Blue Star. If it was a large beast tide that stretched as far as the eye could see, he would not be careless. It was very dangerous to be alone in a beast tide, and he would be attacked at all times. The beast tide in Green Valley Town was very small, only about 1,000 wolves and snakes. Han Xiao had something to rely on, so he dared to show off. A few stronger gray devil wolves surrounded the Wolf King like guards. The old gray devil wolf king roared at Han Xiao, and the guards immediately pounced. Huge claws slapped toward him. Han Xiao was covered in magnetically controlled, retractable armor. He raised his arm to block the attack, creating a loud bang. A circle of dust rose under his feet as he blocked the attack of the gray devil wolf that was 4 to 5 times larger. His strength was 69, much higher than the LV-20 gray devil wolf. His 5 fingers grabbed the gray devil wolf's claws, and his fingers dug into the flesh. He threw the gray devil wolf behind him, and a small hole was smashed in the ground by the huge body of the wolf. The wolf immediately let out a painful cry. Seeing this scene, the players' hearts skipped a beat. It was like a dwarf throwing a normal person over his shoulder. The scene was very shocking. Han Xiao felt the strength of his body, and he was overjoyed. His fists were like a pile driver, landing on the bodies of the gray devil wolves one after another. Bang! 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 The force went deep into the organs of the gray devil wolves. Every punch was a crushing force. The gray devil wolves that were close to him were sent flying. They stood up shakily and pounced again, but they were sent flying again. The places where they were hit were left with purple bruises. The surrounding wolves rushed to protect the Wolf King. Han Zhao's vision was completely blocked by the gray devil wolves. Their sharp claws and teeth attacked him from all directions. The scale-like magnetically controlled retractable armor created sparks, but it was impossible to break through. Han Xiao had to bear the force from all directions, and it was difficult for him to move. It is indeed not easy to carve a bloody path out of the beast tide. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he activated the repulsive field actuator. A powerful force erupted with him as the center, and the surrounding wolves were all sent flying. The gray devil wolves that were further away were knocked over, and they rolled on the ground together. The path ahead was smooth. Han Xiao buckled his toes and charged toward the Wolf King at full power. The wind blew past his ears, and the distance between them was closed in the blink of an eye. He casually blocked the Wolf King's desperate bite, twisted the Wolf King's head with both hands, and flipped the Wolf King to the ground. He pressed his knee on the Wolf King's abdomen and pinned it to the ground. His left hand pressed on the Wolf King's head, and his right hand clenched into a fist and punched the Wolf King repeatedly. The Wolf King's head was quickly deformed under the powerful punches, and blood splattered everywhere. He could feel the power generated by the stretching of his muscles, tendons, and bones every time he punched. It was like a drawn bowstring, accumulating a tremendous amount of power. He felt a sense of fullness in his control. The Wolf King's weak point was the abdomen, but Han Xiao liked to hit the head. After a few punches, the Wolf King was on the verge of death. The wolves howled and abandoned their original enemies, pouncing on Han Xiao and drowning him. The large pack of wolves pressed him down like a small mountain. Han Xiao was pinned to the ground, and there were many wolves on top of him. The stench of the gray devil wolves entered his nose clearly. Han Xiao frowned, and he almost choked on the smell. His sensitive senses faithfully analyzed the components of the smell. Chapter 152. With both hands on the ground, Han Xiao carried a large pack of wolves on his back. Each wolf weighed a few hundred pounds, and it was very difficult for him to hold up. He quickly rolled away and took out a grenade from his waist, stuffing it under the pack of wolves. Boom! With a muffled sound, shrapnel and sparks flew in all directions. The pack of wolves howled in pain, and they were all covered in blood. Han Zhao's armor was also splashed with a smear of blood. He stood up like a salted fish, and with a swipe of his hand, he took out a retractable machete. This was a model that had been strengthened many times, the official version. Han Xiao agilely moved among the pack of wolves, and the dark glow of the blade flashed continuously, bringing with it a splash of blood. The corrosive venom of the purple-scaled python could not keep up with his pace. With a flash of the blade, the snake's head was chopped off. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, and blood spurted out. The headless snake's body was still twitching on the ground. All the beasts surrounded him. With the speed of the electromagnetic hover boots, the defense of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, and the advantage of his attributes, he could slaughter the entire pack of beasts alone. The players were left with nothing to do, and they watched in shock as Han Xiao went on a killing spree. Why is a mechanic fighting hand-to-hand? The eyes of the players were firmly attracted by Han Zhao's elegant figure. Although they wanted to complain, they could not deny that close combat was really cool. It changed most people's view of the mechanic class. It turned out that only long-range shooters were considered mechanics. Close combat was also very fierce. Furthermore, the close combat style was very distinct, and it felt completely different from pugilists. Mad Blade Angry Sword finally came online. Panting, he arrived outside the town and saw the scene of the beast attack. This was also the first time he saw Han Xiao show off his skills. At this moment, he felt that he had found a guiding light. This was the fighting style that he liked. Just look at his ID. Choosing to follow Han Xiao was the right choice. Mad Blade, Angry Sword almost could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He had really made the right choice back then. It was not just Mad Blade. Many players who had been affected by the discussions on the forums and were hesitant to change their class had also rekindled their interest in the mechanic class. After slaughtering countless wolves and snakes, Han Zhao's field of vision suddenly became empty. He discovered that the pack of wolves was slowly retreating while whimpering. The pack of purple-scaled pythons was also spitting out their tongues and fleeing. Soon, they had all retreated, leaving behind corpses that dyed the soil bright red. He took a deep breath and wiped off the bloodstains on his armor. With his attributes, he could easily crush these low-level beasts. He only had 2/5 of his stamina left. Mechanics rarely fought with their enemies in close combat. Occasionally, when he was reckless, he would feel comfortable and relaxed. Compared to using a one-shot killer style, this feeling of punching flesh was more suitable for him to vent his anger. The guards of Green Valley Town came out to clean up the battlefield and move the corpses back to the town to store food. Han Xiao rejected Balsaz's invitation again. Under the excited gazes of the players, he minded his own business and returned to his original position, pretending to close his eyes and rest. The interface notified that the mission was completed. He had also killed more than 100 beasts and received more than 20,000 experience. His level was much higher than the targets he killed, so the experience would be greatly reduced. However, no matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Han Technician was not picky. This was mainly to test his current skills and to have a clear understanding of his own physical attributes. This way, he would be able to pay attention to details in future battles. Another reason was to continue to show the strength of the mechanic class. He had noticed that the Esper players were shining brightly while the new mechanic class players were drowning in the crowd. This would probably cause a group of people to doubt him. Thus, he wanted to use his own performance to divert the attention of the players. Opening the forums, Han Xiao found that a player had uploaded a video of what had just happened. The style of the title was very shocking. Strong. The mechanic class can still fight like this. The video recorded that Han Xiao had almost single-handedly dealt with a beast attack. The image was very impactful. In the past, he mainly used sniping and killed with one shot. He also used turrets and robots to provide firepower. He did not show his individual combat strength. This time, he made up for it. Most of the comments and replies were in awe. However, he found that there was another reply at the bottom of the post that had been manually pinned to the top. Looking at the ID, it was that lose man again. The tone was very harsh. Black Phantom is indeed very strong, I don't deny that. However, the mechanic class is really trash. Pay attention to the beginning of the video. The Espers are the backbone of the battle against the Beast Horde, while the players who have changed their class to mechanic class can only shoot from the sidelines. They are completely useless. This video should be recorded by a mechanic class player. Other than the mechanics who can only slack off, I don't think the other players have the time to do this during battle. Also, stop posting videos of Black Phantom. This bastard is trying to trick me into playing the mechanic class again. As he continued reading, the replies were divided into support and opposition. Han Xiao smacked his lips. He was a little annoyed. Loseman was not letting go of this point and was affecting his business. The player's attention was attracted by the argument, so the effect of him showing his strength was greatly reduced. With Han Zhao's many years of experience in forums, he could immediately tell that Loseman was a war dog. He posted everywhere with a sarcastic tone. Scratching his head, Han Xiao did not have a good solution to this. This was a debate that was bound to happen. Just like the salty tofu pudding and sweet tofu pudding, as long as one was not allowed to talk, one could not stop others from exercising their right to freedom of speech. But I'm an NPC now. Even if my strength is not enough to convince more people, I can't do anything too out of line. I can't run in front of the players and say, I'm actually a player. Han Xiao sighed. The NPC template was his secret, and he did not want to reveal it. Although from the perspective of the players, seeing an NPC shout, I am a player, would only be novel and interesting, not many people would take it seriously. Most of them would think that it was an Easter egg or character setting, just like Deadpool. There were also some indescribable training games where the simulated characters would also say that they knew of the existence of players, but who would take it seriously. Those who took it seriously had already been corrected by Yang Technologies. Before the smell of blood dispersed, Madblade, who had been observing from the sidelines for a while, ran over from afar. As soon as he appeared, he attracted the attention of the players. Galaxy Times broadcasted his movements, and Madblade became a little famous and was recognized immediately. The players around whispered and were very envious. Isn't this the professional player that the show was talking about? He was shown in the promotional video. He does have a special relationship with Black Phantom. I also want to trigger Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Madblade came to Han Xiao's side. Han Xiao valued this candidate with potential. He still had some conscience. He did not mind making Madblade look bad in front of the NPCs, but he did not have the heart to do that in front of the players. After all, Madblade was a professional player, and his image was still very important. Han Xiao casually set some normal quests, and Madblade was disappointed when he received the quests. Gathering resources? So boring, I might as well dance. Han Xiao's mouth twitched. Habits were really scary. At this time, a player with the ID Laughing Blade walked over and said, Madblade? Madblade's face fell when he saw this person. He said in a low voice, It's you. You're here to play Galaxy 2. Why not play Tale of Wuxia? Hee, it's not that challenging. Laughing Blade smiled. Some of the players recognized Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade? Isn't he that professional player? I heard that he's in the top 3 in Tale of Wuxia and has won the championship twice. Laughing Blade enjoyed the players' exclamations. He looked at Frenzied Sword with a hint of disdain. Madblade used to be a professional player in Tale of Wuxia, but he was defeated by him many times in the competition. His fame was far below Laughing Blade. Laughing Blade saw Madblade's praise in Galaxy Times and realized that his old rival was doing better than him. He felt that it was unfair and purposely came to pick a fight. He did not have good intentions when he took the initiative to greet Madblade. After a few words, he pretended to be natural and said, Since we've met, let's PK. I'm an Esper, what's yours? Machinery. Madblade was a little hesitant. Although he was riding on Han Xiao's coattails, the early skills of machinery were not suitable for battle, so he subconsciously wanted to reject. Unexpectedly, Laughing Blade suddenly said, We've known each other for a few years. Let's have a friendly PK. You won't reject such a small request, right? Or are you looking down on me? Madblade was speechless. It was hard for him to reject. There was no need to make an enemy out of someone in the same industry over such a small matter. Laughing Blade laughed coldly in his heart. He was just using words to pressure Frenzied Sword. He was afraid that Frenzied Sword would reject him. Frenzied Sword had gained some popularity in Galaxy, and he wanted to take advantage of it. Once one gained fame, they would easily become the prey in the eyes of others. If he defeated Madblade, he might be able to reduce his fame. If he defeated a professional player who had been on the show, he would also gain some fame. Laughing Blade was very confident. His Awaken Esper ability was not bad. The basic application was to gather earth and rocks to form armor on the surface of his body. It was more of a defensive type and was not afraid of guns. He felt that he had a good chance of winning. Even if he lost, he could test the gap between them. After all, he would not die. Laughing Blade felt that this was a good deal. Furthermore, he looked at Black Phantom with a burning gaze. Chapter 153. Han Xiao watched with interest. Laughing Blade? I don't remember him. He probably didn't make a name for himself in Galaxy. Mad Blade was going to be a god-level player in the future, but right now, he was lowering his head in front of Laughing Blade. This scene made him feel a sense of déjà vu, and it reminded him of his own past. Back then, there was a time when the leveling business was declining, and he could only find a way to earn some money. He joined a small studio to earn some money for them, but that studio always delayed and deducted his salary. Every time he asked, they would reject him. The boss of the studio took advantage of his big business. When Han Xiao quarreled with the studio for the 9th time, the boss acted like a big wolf in front of him. He told Han Xiao to do what he wanted, but if he didn't, he could scram. Then, he chased after him until his level dropped to 0. What else could Han Xiao do? He was also in despair. He could only use his main account to let the boss know why the flowers were so red and why he was so flirtatious. He directly killed the studio until it was on the brink of bankruptcy for a few consecutive weeks, earning a reasonable amount of compensation for mental damage. Blackmail in the game was not illegal. Sigh, the happy times are gone forever. Han Xiao took a puff of his cigarette. He felt a sense of melancholy, as if he had been through a vast ocean and could not find water. Mad Blade could only agree to Laughing Blade's request. He was now LV11, which was above the average level of the players. Other than the repair and enhancement skills of the mechanic class, he only knew basic shooting and close combat skills. Han Xiao knew Mad Blade's strength very well. His eyes flashed, and he called Mad Blade, "Come here." Mad Blade was a little confused. He moved closer, and Han Xiao took off a thermoelectric incisor glove and secretly passed it to him. Looking at the attributes of the glove, Mad Blade's breathing stopped. He was shocked and surprised. "I'm lending it to you. You have to return it." Han Xiao dispelled Mad Blade's unrealistic illusion. Mad Blade was still very touched. He did not choose the wrong person. He actually received such benefits. Was he afraid that I would lose and embarrass him? After putting on the gloves, Mad Blade and Furious Sword gained confidence. They stood 15 meters away from Laughing Blade and Sword, ready to make a move. The nearby players all gathered around to watch the show, mainly because they were curious about Mad Blade's Furious Sword. They wanted to see the difference between a professional player who had made the headlines and an ordinary player. Even if it's a professional player, it should be the same in the early stages. He only has a few basic skills. I don't think he can show off his skills. I think those who have an advantage in the early stages should be those who have trained in combat in real life or served as soldiers. After all, the control is so realistic. The surrounding players discussed in low voices. With a low roar, Dao Jianxiao took the lead and charged forward. With every step he took, the sand on the ground would crawl up his calves like snakes, forming an armor of sand that covered his body. His pistol can only fire 5 shots at most. My Esper ability can block them. As long as I can close the distance, he's dead meat. Dao Jianxiao thought to himself. Players were all newbies. Their skill level was limited to the use and understanding of skills. Dao Jianxiao's choice was correct. However, Mad Blade's reaction surprised Dao Jianxiao. He did not retreat and kite him with his pistol. Instead, he charged forward. The two of them quickly clashed. Dao Jianxiao did not have time to think. His fist, which was wrapped in sand, slammed down. Mad Blade's black-gloved palm met with it. Is this glove a piece of equipment? Just as Dao Jianxiao had this thought, he suddenly felt a burning pain. He was shocked to find that his HP had dropped to 0. His vision turned black, and he died from start to end. This PK only lasted 3 seconds. Only Mad Blade's Furious Sword was left in the arena. The wind blew at his sleeves. He was expressionless, looking very much like a lonely expert. The surrounding players were dumbfounded. They could not react in time. This is an instant kill? That's too fast. That's too strong. No wonder he could be on Galaxy Times. Could it be that the hidden quest gave him such a huge lead? Both of them were newbies. Logically speaking, their combat strength should be about the same. It would take at least 4 or 5 shots to kill them. Furthermore, Dao Jianxiao's Esper ability was clearly to increase his defense. Some players recalled Dao Jianxiao's performance when facing the beast attack. He could hold on even when surrounded by 2 gray devil wolves. However, he actually died after exchanging blows with Madblade. What kind of attack power was that? Everyone stared at Frenzied Sword's glove with envy. That's a piece of high-level equipment. A mechanic can make something like that? I thought they could only make guns. I want one too. Not long after, the revived Dao Jianxiao ran over. His expression was ugly as he said, unhappily, "We agreed to have a friendly spar." "You. Why did you?" He originally wanted to ask why he killed him, but he felt that it would be too embarrassing and did not say it out loud. After defeating his old rival, Madblade's furious sword felt proud. He chuckled and said, "Sorry, I didn't know you were so fragile." His words made Dao Jianxiao so angry that his chest tightened. "You're blaming me for being fragile when you die? What a loss." Dying once and losing a lot of EXP made Dao Jianxiao's heart ache. He originally thought that the PK would end there, but he did not expect to be killed instantly. Furthermore, he was forced to the point where he could not blame Madblade's furious sword. After the crowd dispersed, Madblade's furious sword obediently returned the glove to Han Xiao. He hesitated and asked, "Han, Black Phantom, are you selling this glove?" Han Xiao glanced at him, opened the shop list, and added thermoelectric incisor gloves. It was priced at 80,000 and had a favorability of 15 points. This pair of gloves was a spoil of war he had obtained from Rose Militant. After learning the prerequisites, he had reverse-engineered the blueprint of the thermoelectric incisor gloves. After spending some EXP, he could already make his own gloves. Madblade's furious sword was suddenly motivated. He clenched his fists excitedly. This type of close combat mechanical equipment was his favorite. "I can't afford it now, but I'll be able to buy it sooner or later." At this time, Dao Jianxiao suddenly came over. He looked at Han Xiao with burning eyes and said, "Black Phantom, I heard that you are an enemy of the Germinal organization. I want to join you." During this period of time, there were all kinds of guesses about triggering Black Phantom's hidden quest on the forums. They believed that as long as one showed an attitude of being an enemy of the Germinal organization, there would be a chance of triggering Black Phantom's hidden quest. Many players guessed the lines, but Han Xiao had already heard them many times in the short time he had been in Green Valley Town. He rejected all of them. This made the players finally have a reliable guess. Black Phantom's hidden quest depended entirely on probability. Being weak was the truth. Dao Jianxiao was just trying his luck. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said, "Oh, you seem to be quite good. There's a way." Dao Jianxiao was pleasantly surprised. Madblade's furious sword's heart skipped a beat. He became nervous and felt an inexplicable sense of sourness. "But you seem to be lacking a little." Han Xiao suddenly changed the topic. He waved his hand and rejected Dao Jianxiao's offer. Dao Jianxiao did not manage to catch his breath. He was speechless for a long time. His expression was angry, and he was jealous of Madblade's furious sword. He cursed in his heart, "This guy is really lucky." Madblade's furious sword heaved a sigh of relief and became happy again. Han Xiao saw Madblade's reaction and wanted to laugh. He was like a man who had almost been cuckolded. "What kind of bullsh** T description is that? What would that make me?" Han Xiao hurriedly shook off this bullsh** T thought. The EXP on the interface had accumulated quite a lot. The next day, all the interested players in Green Valley Town would be done with their class change. Han Xiao prepared to leave the next day. While he was collecting EXP, someone recorded the battle between Madblade's furious sword and Dao Jianxiao and posted it on the forums. Luzman was a player born in Bighorn Village. He won the closed beta opportunity through lottery. He had been saving money and did not change his class. He wanted the strongest class. Until the open beta, when he saw Black Phantom's performance, he was immediately attracted and wanted to change his class to the mechanic class. Other players used missions to increase Black Phantom's favorability, but Luzman could not hold back and spent 5 points to increase his favorability. Among the 5 basic knowledges that Black Phantom taught him, he learned Basic Weapon Study, which was the one with the most suitable name. However, Luzman soon realized that the mechanic class was not as strong as what Black Phantom showed. After losing in PK, he felt that he was cheated. This class was as weak as a dog. However, He did not want to give up his closed beta account. He asked the customer service if he could change his class. The result was, of course, no. This made him furious. What a waste of his luck to get the closed beta opportunity. His account was ruined. Loseman was so angry that he wanted to vent his anger on the forums. He posted everywhere. No matter what the topic was, he wanted to copy the comments that he made about the mechanic class and tell all the players that the mechanic class was trash. The players argued in his replies, and Loseman was satisfied. This was his original intention. He wanted to spread the word, and he liked the feeling of being valued. Chapter 154. Looking through the post, Loseman realized that he had been tagged. He clicked on the post, and the content was the video of the PK between Mad Blade's Angry Sword and Laughing Blade. He gloated and asked him to come out and explain. Loseman had been criticizing the mechanic class in all kinds of posts recently. His position was secondary, and his actions were the source of his annoyance. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know what he was thinking. He forced others to watch it, which was very annoying and annoying. Loseman, a mechanic killed Nesper, come out and explain. After watching the video, Loseman immediately retorted, "This is just an example. That Laughing Blade doesn't know how to play at all." Huh, you keep losing in PK, how did he win? It's purely because you're a noob. Okay, Loseman? Loseman suppressed his anger and replied, Mad Blade's Angry Sword triggered a hidden storyline. Level suppression, equipment suppression, there's nothing to compare. Is the equipment given by the NPC not considered strength? Then why do you still do missions, take rewards, and earn money? Admit that you're a noob. Stand firm. F***CK. Loseman was burning with anger and started to curse. It's none of your business what I say about the mechanic class. Then why are you still posting everywhere? Can't you think before you speak? Loseman was exasperated. F***CK. What are you barking for? Why do you have to jump out and be scolded by me? You've shown your true colors, haven't you? You're just a troll. What are you pretending for? You chose the class yourself, and you're saying I was cheated? What a joke. Who do you think you are? The game company specifically cheated you? And you still have the face to post everywhere? Are you trying to find a sense of presence? If I wasn't cheated by Black Phantom, would I have chosen a mechanic class? Oh, it's not my fault. It's the world's fault. No one pointed a gun at your head and forced you to choose a class, right? Pushing the blame to an NPC. Are you stupid? If you regret it, just open another account. Don't keep posting nonsense. Shut up, kid. Loseman was so angry that his head was spinning. I'm your father. I yen at percent yen. At this time, an official message appeared on Loseman's screen. Detected that you frequently use insulting words. Your forum account will be banned for 3 days. Loseman was stunned. F***CK. He couldn't reply. The players in the post soon realized this and gloated. Haha, you must have been muted for cursing. I'm glad to hear that. Go away, go away. He's just a troll. Loseman could only watch without replying. He was so angry and sullen that he wanted to smash something. So interesting? After reading the replies, Han Xiao felt his hands itch. Unfortunately, he couldn't post anything. Back in the day, he liked to watch and participate in people's catfights on the forum. This was a good way to pass the time. However, there were also some people who got really angry as they tore at each other. These people were too naive. They couldn't do anything to others when it came to arguing online, but if they couldn't win in theory, they could just start scolding. If they wanted others to admit defeat, they might as well pray for the national football team to make it to the next round. They could just treat this as entertainment. Most of the things on the internet were fake and couldn't affect their lives. Han Xiao used to be a power leveler and was also scolded by others. He ate and drank every day. When he had nothing to do, he would say a few words to the people who tore at each other. It was to refresh himself and brighten up the whole day. Seeing that the players were active on the forum, and he could only be a spectator, Han Xiao felt lonely like snow. He missed the days when he had a verbal battle with a group of scholars. Although he always felt that the phrase verbal battle with a group of scholars was too dirty. Looking at the time, it was almost dusk. The battlefield had been cleaned up. Han Xiao heard the sound of engines coming from afar. He looked up and saw a few off-road vehicles driving over from the dirt road. Green Valley Town opened the gate, and Balsas stood by the gate, personally welcoming the vehicles in. The insignia of the Overmera on the vehicles. Han Xiao thought. The off-road vehicles drove into the town. Armed guards got off and surrounded an exquisitely dressed man. Xiao Fei, the messenger sent by the second leader of the Overmera, Xiao Jin, came to the southern continent to find the germinal organization's bounty target, Zero. As early as half a year ago, the Overmera family found that the bounty target, Zero, looked exactly the same as the missing Han Xiao. Thus, Xiao Jin sent people to search for him. However, for a long time, they found nothing. Xiao Rui was the leader of the search team. Balsas was very respectful to Xiao Rui and led everyone into the main house. The table was decorated with wine and fragrant barbecued meat that was steaming hot. The texture of the meat was like waves, very layered. The reddish-brown meat had a hint of pink tenderness. Even if one did not eat it, one would know that it would be very chewy. This was the gray wolf meat that had been cut 2 hours ago. The meat was fresh. Other dishes included some vegetables and potato-like mashed crops. In this kind of town, the cost of this table of dishes was not cheap. Xiao Rui was very satisfied with Balsa's reception. They sat down, and the travel-worn Xiao Rui ate heartily. He ate 3 pieces of barbecued meat in a row before slowing down. He wiped his mouth and said slowly to Balsas, who had not eaten yet, "I will rest in your territory for a few days. Then, I will continue to look for that damn bastard." Balsas said, "I will get someone to prepare a room. Just look for me if you need anything." Xiao Rui's position in the family was higher than his, so Balsas was very humble. Okay, Xiao Rui was satisfied with Balsas' attitude. He decided to stay in Green Valley Town for a few more days. In the past half a year, he had been looking for news about Zero everywhere in the southern continent. He had enough of the aimless search. It was a kind of torture. Ever since Han Xiao disappeared, everyone in the family thought that he was dead and did not care. However, when they found out that he was Zero, everyone was shocked. Overmera did not want to provoke the germinal organization. In order to find out what happened, Xiao Jin sent him to bring Han Xiao back to the family for questioning. However, he could not find the target even after half a year. Xiao Rui was full of resentment towards Han Xiao. It was all because of this guy who came back from the dead that he could not stay in the family headquarters and enjoy life. He had seen Han Xiao a few times before. He was weak and useless. If he was not Xiao Jin's biological son, he would have been sent to clean the toilets. Xiao Rui was an adopted war orphan. Xiao Jin had many such orphans. They grew up together and competed with each other. They worked hard to improve their status, so he was very jealous of Han Xiao's luck of not having to work hard since birth. When he first found out that Han Xiao had died, he was secretly happy for a long time during the funeral. He knew that the other adopted brothers who lowered their heads and mourned with a sorrowful face also thought the same. Xiao Rui's preconceived impression made it difficult for him to associate Han Xiao with the Zero that was circulating on the dark net. Why didn't he just die obediently? Why did he have to cause trouble for me? Xiao Rui complained more than once. He looked at Balsas, chatted for a while, and asked casually, "Has anything happened in the town recently?" "Yes, the group of refugees outside." Balsas told him what he found. Xiao Rui was surprised. "They're such a strange group of people. You have to report the results of your observation to the family." "I know. There's another thing. Black Phantom is also resting outside the town. The reason is unknown. He said that it was on the way." Xiao Rui's heart skipped a beat. Black Phantom is here too? Recently, the assassin list on the dark net had been updated. Black Phantom's ranking had risen to 7th. He was very active. Knowing that this legendary assassin was nearby, Xiao Rui was a little uneasy. "It's best that we don't provoke him," Balsas said. Xiao Rui did not comment and frowned. He turned around and saw the expressionless bodyguard, Lu Cheng, behind him. His nervousness eased a lot. Lu Cheng felt Xiao Rui's gaze and said lightly, "Don't worry. Even if it's Black Phantom, I can protect your life. He can't do anything to me." The sun was setting. Ever since the off-road vehicle entered the town, Han Xiao was acutely aware of the changes in Green Valley Town. The lookouts in the town were constantly monitoring him, as if they were worried about his activities. From this small detail, Han Xiao was 80% sure that there was an important person in the convoy that had just entered the town. The Overmera family. I don't have a deep impression of them. They didn't seem to have any special performance in the original storyline. Oh, I remember now. I think this family was one of the main forces in a side storyline of rogue warlord struggle for hegemony. Yes, this side storyline has some conflicts with Bennett's Sanctuary main storyline. I don't have much contact with rogues, so it shouldn't affect this side storyline. Chapter 155. Han Xiao was looking forward to becoming a participant of the main mission and joining as a partner. The mission should be different from the other players. Overmera seemed to be his hidden enemy. Han Xiao rubbed his chin and said to himself, "I'll see when the time comes. I'm not in a hurry now. This is just a small territory." He looked at the interface and saw that he had accumulated more than 1 million experience points. Blue Star had 19 novice villages. Excluding Andrea's 6 Bighorn Village in Green Valley Town, he still had 11 chances to earn profession change skills. It was more than enough for him to reach level 60. After that, he could go to some dangerous places and collect rare talents, skills, and machinery. That was why there was a saying, "Max level is just the beginning." Although he did not have a level cap in the version, it was not the most cost-effective to just keep leveling up. Since he had a huge channel of experience points, Han Xiao was generous and used the experience points to level up his skills. Potential points could not be used carelessly, but experience points did not matter. He directly raised 3 skills to max level. They were Flaming Will, Overload, and Continuous Slide Shot. These 3 combat skills were very important. Their explosive power was increased by another level. If Flaming Will and Overload were activated at the same time, it was possible for the Ghost Gao sniper rifle to deal more than 2,000 damage. The 3 skills were maxed out and brought him 3 potential points. He had accumulated 24 potential points. He saved them and did not want to use them carelessly. With the rest of the experience points, Han Xiao performed a few knowledge fusion and randomly obtained new blueprints. This time, there was a blueprint that was not bad. Sunworm, Portable Flamethrower, Continuous Flame Damage. The most important thing was that it was small in size and had a large attack range. It could be carried around or installed as a small module in armor or robots. A player who had accepted the town patrol mission suddenly ran over in a panic and shouted, "I found an army. They are approaching," and triggered a mission. The players in Green Valley Town suddenly became restless and checked the interface. Han Xiao suddenly raised his eyebrows. He had also received a mission. "You have triggered the random mission Green Valley Town Invasion." Mission Introduction. Green Valley Town, which is controlled by Overmera, is very close to Black Pine Settlement, which is controlled by Lu Cheng. There has been constant friction between them. Now, Lu Cheng is leading his troops to invade Green Valley Town again. You can choose to help Overmera defend Green Valley Town or help Lu Cheng attack. Please choose your side. Mission requirements. Inform bosses and protect Green Valley Town. Alternatively, join Lu Cheng's team and attack Green Valley Town. P.S. Cannot be changed after choosing a faction. Mission reward. 1. Choose Green Valley Town and complete the defense. Receive 12,000 EXP and 3,000 aquamarine dollars. 2. Chose Lu Cheng and completed the attack. Received 10,000 EXP. I can't believe I also received a newbie mission. Han Xiao couldn't help but laugh. He didn't care about this little reward, but Lu Cheng in the quest prompt caught his attention. If you remember correctly, Lu Cheng was Old Man Lu's son, a rogue warlord in the southern continent. Old Man Lu's quest for the 4 blueprints was to be received from Lu Cheng. Han Xiao immediately made a decision. As long as he came in contact with Lu Cheng, he would know when the hidden quest would begin. He had been drooling over the 4 rare blueprints for a long time. Let's wait and see if the leader is Lu Cheng himself or his subordinate. Han Xiao took out his sniper rifle and oiled it. He was very relaxed, completely different from the busy players around him. This urgent mission made the players move. Some people directly chose to defend Green Valley Town, which had a higher reward, and went to inform the guards. Some players just watched. Balsas received the notification and jumped out of his lover's bed in surprise. He hurriedly put on his clothes and quickly walked to the town's watchtower. The watchtower was built with stones and bricks, and the top was covered with weeds as a canopy. He picked up his binoculars and saw smoke rising on the road in the distance. An armed convoy was quickly approaching. The armed forces were several times stronger than Green Valley Town. Damn it, those bastards from Black Pine are here again. Balsas cursed. His triangular eyes were very gloomy. Green Valley Town was only a branch of Overmera, and Lu Cheng was a local rogue warlord in the southern continent. His influence was even greater. Black Pine was Lu Cheng's headquarters, and Green Valley Town was located dozens of miles away from Black Pine. It was located at a strategic location. Lu Cheng had been eyeing it for a long time. He had tried to invade it a few times, but he did not expect to launch an attack today. Xiao Rui came to Balsas' side and pointed at the black mass of players outside the town. "Don't worry, don't we have cannon fodder?" Balsas' eyes lit up. With this group of strange, undying refugees, he could offset Lu Cheng's advantage in armed forces. Balsas called his assistant and ordered, "You go and tell the refugees outside that I need them to resist Lu Cheng's army. As long as they complete my orders, they will all be given money." Xiao Rui added, "Don't give them too much. Their lives are worthless." "I understand." This group of refugees was the best cannon fodder, a trump card that could defeat Lu Cheng. Balsas revealed a sinister smile. Luck was on his side. Lu Cheng sat in the middle of a tank with a serious expression. This army had more than 60 off-road armored vehicles equipped with machine guns and rocket launchers. There were also hundreds of fully armed elite soldiers following behind. They were all qualified soldiers who had undergone training. They could at least fight 1 against 3, and they knew how to cooperate with each other. They were not ordinary rogues. Lu Cheng had been eyeing Green Valley Town for a long time. This town was located at a strategic pass in the Black Pine settlement. How would he allow others to sleep there? Only by taking down the town would he have no worries. This time, we must take down Green Valley Town. As the troops neared Green Valley Town, Lu Cheng immediately saw the densely packed crowd surrounding the town. They were dressed in rags and looked like a group of refugees guarding the town. Lu Cheng's face immediately sank, and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. Despicable bastards, using refugees as cannon fodder. He let the armored convoy stop far away from the town, just outside the range of the town's machine guns. The smoke and dust quickly dissipated, and the tracks left behind on the dirt road emitted a burnt smell. The friction caused the air to distort. The players who chose to stand guard gripped their weapons tightly and waited. The cold, armored vehicles and the densely packed gun barrels made many people a little nervous. They secretly swallowed their saliva, and the sweat on their foreheads glistened under the sunlight. Many of the spectating players were puzzled. Didn't they say that they could choose their faction? It seemed like they were about to fight, and there was no time to choose. "Balsas, you want to use these pitiful people to block my gunfire?" Lu Cheng took out a loudspeaker, and his voice spread far and wide. The town could hear it clearly. "My people can easily tear them apart. Do you want me to use my blood to color your territory?" Balsas popped his head out from the town's wall with a cold smile. Lu Cheng frowned and looked at the group of refugees in ragged clothes. He said in a deep voice, "I will give you a chance to leave. You don't have to die." But he found that the refugees did not waver after a while. Are these people not afraid of death? Lu Cheng was surprised to find that these refugees did not have a trace of fear on their faces. He hesitated and did not order to attack. Balsas could vaguely guess the values of this group of refugees. They disregarded life and only cared about profit. When he saw Lu Cheng hesitating, he was somewhat pleased. Furthermore, he looked down on Lu Cheng's indecisiveness and mocked in a low voice, soft-hearted. Worrying about the lives of the refugees and delaying the battle, Lu Cheng's choice was very stupid in Balsa's eyes. Balsa's laughed grimly. Just as he was about to order the refugees to counterattack, he suddenly realized that Black Phantom, who had been idle all this time, had moved. Han Xiao turned his neck, stood up, and walked slowly to the center of the confrontation. He instantly attracted the attention of both sides and the players. He crossed his arms and said loudly, "Give me some face. If you want to fight, do it tomorrow." With the enhancement of energy, his voice was not inferior to the loudspeaker. Everyone was shocked. Why is he interfering? Balsas hurriedly swallowed the order that was about to come out of his mouth. Lu Cheng was stunned. He looked for a while and said, "Black Phantom, why is this guy here?" The commanders of both sides were afraid and ordered the troops to put down their guns. The atmosphere of the confrontation dissipated instantly. The players were shocked. They were still at the stage of figuring out the background of Blue Star. From a mission introduction, they knew that Balsas and Lu Cheng were warlords with a strong background. However, Black Phantom was the only one who stood up, and these two warlords were afraid of him. The players' curiosity was immediately aroused. Black Phantom stopped the battle that was about to break out with one sentence and made the two warlords feel like they were facing a strong enemy. What was his background? Look at this line, "Give me some face." How high of a position did he have a right to say this? The scariest thing was that the two warlords really stopped fighting. How much weight did his face hold? Wait, these NPCs all know Black Phantom. How famous is he on this planet? Is it to the point where he can show his face wherever he goes? Is this the legendary face fruit? Chapter 156. Retreat and Set Up Camp. Lu Cheng took a deep look at Han Xiao and glanced at the refugees. He ordered his troops to set up camp in the distance. The players were in an uproar. Some of the players who had not chosen a mission camp were observing. From the current situation, it seemed that Green Valley Town had a higher chance of winning. The sky darkened. Han Xiao came to Lu Cheng's camp. The guards saw Han Xiao approaching and raised their guns nervously. "Relax, I'm going to talk to your leader," Han Xiao said. The guard were still holding their guns, not daring to let Han Xiao enter the camp. At this time, Lu Cheng heard the commotion and walked over. He said in a deep voice, "Let him in." If Black Phantom wanted to kill him, there was no need to inform him. It seemed that Black Phantom had other intentions. Lu Cheng asked the guards to back off and led the way into the camp that had just been set up. Behind Han Xiao were Mad Blade and Angry Sword. Lu Cheng sat down casually. He was not worried that Han Xiao would threaten his life. He crossed his hands and held his chin. He said in a deep voice, "The famous Black Phantom appeared in such a small place. I don't know why you intervened. Balsas should not be qualified to hire an assassin of your level. Why are you visiting me?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. "I'm here to help you." "Help me?" Lu Cheng was confused. "We've never met before." Han Xiao casually made up a reason. "I think you're more pleasing to the eye than Balsas." Lu Cheng felt strange. He paused for a moment before saying, "Balsas, he's a despicable guy. He used the refugees as cannon fodder. I really don't understand why these refugees don't even care about their lives. What benefits did Balsas give them? Could it be that he took their families hostage? I gave them a way out, but they didn't want to leave. They don't have much combat power. Why don't you just crush them? With your armed forces, it'll be a one-sided massacre." Han Xiao smiled. Lu Cheng was expressionless. He did not comment on this topic. He changed the topic. "Black Phantom, I don't know you, and I don't know why you're helping me. What are you going to do? Assassinate Balsas? I believe it'll be easy for you." "No, I don't want to kill anyone," Han Xiao said perfunctorily. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. An assassin said that he didn't want to kill anyone? This was even more ridiculous than the Navy saying they couldn't swim. "Then how do you want to help me? If you care about the refugees, I can help you solve it." Lu Cheng raised an eyebrow. "You have a way to convince them?" "Perhaps." "Then what do you want from me?" Lu Cheng did not think that an unknown legendary assassin would help him for free. There must be a motive, but he did not understand what Black Phantom saw in him. "I don't need payment." Lu Cheng's eyes darkened as he stared into Han Zhao's eyes. However, all he saw was an unfathomable fog. He couldn't see through what Han Zhao was thinking. Generally speaking, if one didn't want a reward, it meant that one had ulterior motives and was even more ambitious. Silence. On the other side, Mad Blade was confused, but it did not stop him from noticing that the atmosphere had become stiff and the back of his neck was a little tight. After 2 minutes of stalemate, Lu Cheng did not say anything in the end. He nodded and slowly said, "Then I'll leave it to you." Walking out of Lu Cheng's tent, Han Zhao patted Mad Blade's shoulder and said, "I have something for you to do. You have triggered the mission, spread the news." The mission requirement was to spread the news that Black Phantom had joined Lu Cheng's camp. The reward would be based on evaluation. The more people who knew the news, the more experience he would get. Players were actually counted in the number of people. Mad Blade did not suspect anything and went to Green Valley Town to spread the news. Maybe normal players would be surprised to see such a realistic and interactive mission for the first time, but Mad Blade had been baptized by Han Zhao's love, so he was not surprised by any kind of mission. Now it will depend on how much influence I have now, Han Zhao thought to himself. Mad Blade was very efficient, and it was also because of his small fame. The news spread quickly among the players in Green Valley Town. The players were in an uproar. If we choose Green Valley Town, will we become enemies with Black Phantom? How can we beat him? Is this a mission guide? The players were panicking. The scene of Han Zhao killing the beast during the day was still deeply engraved in their minds. Becoming enemies with Black Phantom was simply asking for death. The situation of the mission was reversed, and the chances of winning in Green Valley Town fell to the bottom. Also, if they chose to defend Green Valley Town, they would have to attack Black Phantom, which would cause their favorability to drop. It was a waste to offend him for a small mission. If they really fought, should they attack him or not? If they did not attack, how would they defend Green Valley Town? This was a dead end. The players who chose Green Valley Town were depressed. They felt that they had no chance of winning. If they wanted to complete the mission, they could only join Lu Cheng's camp, but they could not choose another camp. Port Bun Beat Dog was very decisive. He was the first to go to Lu Cheng's camp. The mission was secondary, and the main reason was to film more Han Zhao's material. The guards had already received Lu Cheng's order and let the refugees go. Port Bun Beat Dog successfully joined Lu Cheng's camp. Han Zhao, who was observing from the side, squinted his eyes and noticed Port Bun Beat Dog. This ID is a bit familiar. Isn't this a video host? Han Zhao remembered Port Bun Beat Dog's ID. In his previous life, he was a very famous video host. He had made many episodes of the Galaxy series and was very popular. At this moment, Han Technician suddenly had a new idea. Why did he say again? Han Zhao walked out and came in front of Port Bun Beat Dog. Your choice is very wise. I think you have potential. Do you want to be my assistant temporarily? Han Zhao said. Port Bun Beat Dog's eyes widened. He was stunned. Did he trigger a hidden mission? He had never had such high hopes, but he did not expect to meet it. Is this life? You can't ask for what you want, but what you don't want is given to you. Port Bun Beat Dog was stunned. The surrounding players were in an uproar. He triggered Black Phantom's hidden mission. How'd he do it? Is it possible to just join Black Phantom's side? This mission is actually a chance to trigger the hidden mission. Realizing this, the players who were still watching eagerly joined Lu Cheng's side. They could not wait. Like a refugee tide, the camp was full of players. It was crowded and crowded. The guard were shocked and did not know if they should chase them away. The players who had chosen their side hurriedly found Han Zhao, wanting to trigger the hidden mission. However, they were all rejected. Why not? Could it be that only the first person to join the camp can trigger the hidden mission? This was the most likely guess. The players who were one step slower wanted to knock their heads on the ground. They felt like they had bought a lottery ticket and were notified that they had won 5 million, only to be called 3 minutes later to say that they had called the wrong number. They originally had the opportunity to be the first person to try, but this opportunity was taken away by Port Bun Beat Dog. He was a step too slow and missed a good opportunity. The players thumped their chests and stamped their feet. Han Xiao brought the excited pork bun beat dog to one side and increased his favorability by 5 points. He secretly planned how to make use of pork bun beat dog. Bringing a player who made video games was like bringing a reporter with him. He would have a channel to freely pass information to the players. Selectively giving the players some information and only telling the players what he wanted them to know was very beneficial to him. After experiencing the baptism of information explosion, controlling public opinion was like having a weapon in hand. It could discredit the opponent, guide the public opinion, and help to shape his own image. There were too many examples. The news broadcast was like this. Seems like I'm playing more and more high-end games. Han Xiao was very happy. He wrote a follow mission with a generous reward and threw it to Pork Bun Beat Dog. Then he took out a phone that could be used to contact him and handed it to Pork Bun Beat Dog. He reminded him not to lose it. Pork Bun Beat Dog nodded and kept the phone solemnly. Now, there were 2 players following him, Pork Bun and Madblade. Han Zhao's mission quota was enough. After the second evolution, the quota for each level increased from 300 to 500. In other words, when he was at level 40, the amount increased to 12,000. Now, it had doubled to 25,000. In total, the total amount was 50,000. The amount of rewards he could give to the players had increased. Han Xiao did not have any news to spread for the time being. He first gave Pork Bun the contact number. There would be a time when it would be useful in the future. Now, I have 3 players in mind, Madblade, Maple Moon, and Pork Bun. The number is a little small. I need to expand the backup team. Han Zhao's vision was higher. He would rather go without than have something substandard. His quota was destined to be an elite. If he could absorb the top few experts in the China region into his team, then it would be too profitable. However, Han Technician felt that this possibility was slim. Those super experts all had their own personalities. Chapter 157. Balsas rushed to the watchtower and saw a large number of refugees swarming into Lu Cheng's camp. He was furious. These refugees want to abandon my town? How did Lu Cheng get them under his control? It was only at this moment that Balsas realized that this special group of refugees was a bunch of vultures who only cared about profit. Previously, they could be easily manipulated with small benefits, because there was no greater benefit. He thought that he could control these refugees, but it was just an illusion. It's over, it's over. Balsas was panicking. This group of refugees was his trump card against Lu Cheng, and now that Lu Cheng had the refugees, his advantage was gone. He thought about it, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. Lu Cheng should not know about the uniqueness of the refugees. At this moment, his assistant ran over in a panic and reported that Black Phantom was helping Lu Cheng. This news was like a bolt from the blue. Balsas was stunned. He did not dare to imagine how horrible his death would be if he fought against Black Phantom. The supers that died under Black Phantom's gun seemed to indicate his end. Why would a legend like Black Phantom suddenly help Lu Cheng? It must be Black Phantom who helped Lu Cheng get the refugees. Why is he so influential among the refugees? Balsas remembered that Black Phantom said he was just passing by. Liar. Balsas had the intention to retreat. If he retreated with the armed forces, there was a chance that Lu Cheng would not pursue. What Lu Cheng wanted was the town, and it would be best if he could do it without any bloodshed. However, it was too weak to give up his territory. His family would definitely not let him go. Xiao Rui came to the watchtower and stood beside Balsas. He frowned and said, "Thinking of escaping before the battle, have you forgotten Overmera's teachings? That's Black Phantom, and half of the refugees have betrayed us. Overmera never cowers before a battle. Get your men to prepare for battle," Xiao Rui said righteously. "But Black Phantom, my bodyguard Lu Cheng will hold him back so that he won't have a chance to participate in the battle." Lu Cheng, who was behind Xiao Rui, stepped forward expressionlessly. This calm and confident demeanor made Balsas feel slightly relieved. Balsas gritted his teeth and hesitated for a while. Finally, he made up his mind and shouted to his assistant, mobilize everyone, and beat those bastards from Black Pine home. At least, not all the refugees have betrayed us. We still have the strength to fight. Yes. The assistant hurried to pass on the order. Only Balsas and the other two were left on the watchtower. Xiao Rui turned his head and whispered, "Get the car ready. Once we lose, make sure we can retreat. Don't worry, I'm on the same side as you. As for the family, I'll testify for you. We've already done our best." Balsas heaved a sigh of relief. It was safer to leave a way out. He was afraid that Xiao Rui would get carried away, but it seemed that he was still very rational. Leaving behind the soldiers of Green Valley Town to resist would not only delay Lu Cheng's troops, but also facilitate his escape. He would also be able to answer to his family. It was past the wee hours of the morning, and the night was dark. The guards of Green Valley Town were waiting behind the machine guns and bunkers on top of the town walls. Through the fences of the town walls, they could see that there were sandbag positions in the town with machine guns. If the town gate was breached, a street battle would begin. They've decided to defend to the death, so they can't avoid a fierce battle. Fortunately, there are fewer refugees resisting. Lu Cheng put down the binoculars and exhaled. He did not want to slaughter the refugees, and Han Xiao had done him a big favor. Lu Cheng was very surprised. Han Xiao seemed to have a lot of influence among the refugees, making most of the refugees abandon the darkness and join the light. He only spent half a night to solve the problem that gave him a headache. As for the refugees who were still in Green Valley Town, Lu Cheng had already given them a chance. There was a limit to his kindness. Attack in 20 minutes. Lu Cheng gave the order. While the troops were preparing, he found Han Xiao and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you for solving the problem of the refugees." Han Xiao smiled but did not say anything. There was no free lunch in the world. Han Xiao did not mention anything about the reward, and Lu Cheng felt even more uncertain. He paused and said helplessly, "I don't think I have anything that can catch the eye of a person like you." This sentence was caught by Bun Hit Dog, who was standing at the side, and he sensed the hidden meaning behind his words. A person like this? Another clue to the identity of Black Phantom. Port Bun Beat had a vague draft of the content of the first video. Han Xiao said, "Let's talk about it after the battle. Those refugees will fight for you." Refugees are not warriors. I'm not Balsas. I won't let them die. Lu Cheng shook his head. Even without your order, they will join the battle automatically. Han Xiao lowered his voice. Are these people all crazy people who are not afraid of death? Lu Cheng expressed his doubts. The battle was about to start, and he did not have time to ask. He hurried to command. As the fleet started moving, a fierce battle began. Artillery fire tore through the night sky, and Lu Cheng's troops launched a fierce attack on Green Valley Town. The machine guns and howitzers on the vehicles fired at the positions on the wall. The battlefield was filled with the sound of engines, machine guns, and roars. The night was lit up by the flames of grenades again and again, and the smell of smoke filled the air. The players also started killing in the night. The players in Green Valley Town had a commander, and a few small guilds were the leaders. In comparison, although the players on Lu Cheng's side were scattered, they had more people. Han Xiao watched from the side. The situation did not require him to do anything, and Lu Cheng had a high chance of winning. Suddenly, a figure crossed the battlefield. Artillery shells, flames, and bullets fell on him, but he was not hurt at all. He went straight to Han Xiao at the edge of the battlefield. "Black Phantom, I'll be your opponent." Lu Cheng rushed over in big strides. "I can't even be a bystander." Han Xiao was helpless. He pulled out his pistol and opened fire. 3 bullets hit Lu Cheng's forehead, heart, and genitals. However, there was no blood splatter as expected. The moment the 3 steel core bullets hit Lu Cheng, it was as if the kinetic energy suddenly disappeared. They turned from extremely fast to static and bounced off Lu Cheng's skin. The power was not even as strong as a slingshot, and a light blue damage value appeared on top of his head. -0. Han Xiao clearly saw that the moment the bullet hit the target's skin rippled, and then the bullet lost its kinetic energy. His eyes narrowed, and he put away his relaxed expression. Kinetic energy absorption? Liu Cheng's attributes appeared on the interface. He had reached level 44. His level was not as high as Han Zhao's, but Liu Cheng's Esper ability was very difficult to deal with. It was the natural enemy of kinetic energy weapons, and it just so happened to restrain guns. Han Xiao thought to himself that he was unlucky to have met an enemy that could restrain him. Kinetic energy absorption could dissolve all kinds of forces applied to the body. If the attack power could not break through the limit, the power would be absorbed by the opponent and turned into their own power. Physical attacks had very little effect on this type of Esper ability. To deal with kinetic energy absorption, energy or mental attacks were the first choice. Liu Cheng stopped a few meters away from Han Xiao. He was expressionless and said coldly, "Black Phantom, this battle has nothing to do with you. Don't be a busybody." A legendary killer was watching from the edge of the battlefield. Liu Cheng made the first move to delay Black Phantom and not let him participate in the battle. Han Zhao's answer was 2 bullets that hit Liu Cheng's eyes. It was still 0 damage, and the bullets fell to the ground. Liu Cheng did not even blink. He was not hurt at all. He said calmly, "You are a meritorious assassin of the Dark Net, the ace of the Blood Pact Society. Others may be afraid of you, but I am not. Let me give you a piece of advice. Stay away from the battlefield." Dark Net? Blood Pact Society? What kind of force is that? Pork Bun, who was watching from the side, remembered these 2 keywords in his heart. He had finally touched the tip of the iceberg of Black Phantom's mysterious origin. Han Xiao quickly selected the equipment on his body and his mind, and had a preliminary strategy. He stomped his feet, and the electromagnetic hover boots lit up with a blue light, which made him retreat quickly. His hands touched his waist like a phantom and pulled out 2 berserk eagles. He skillfully changed the magazine with one hand and opened fire. The bullets hit beside Liu Cheng's feet, and poisonous gas filled the air. Liu Cheng noticed the poisonous gas and frowned. He held his breath and charged forward. He had absorbed a lot of kinetic energy from the guns when he was crossing the battlefield, and it spurted out from the soles of his feet. He was like an unstoppable tank, and he caught up with Han Xiao. He gathered a huge amount of kinetic energy and headbutt Han Zhao's chest. Bang! Chapter 158. This attack made Han Xiao look like he was in a sorry state. With the magnetically controlled retractable armor, it only dealt around 50 damage. His HP was close to 3,000, and he was considered very tanky among mechanics of the same level. Liu Cheng's kinetic attack was not very strong, but it could easily cause a knockback effect, which was the more annoying part. The continuous damage from the poison gas appeared on the interface. The Haim bullet was effective, but Liu Cheng's HP and resistance were not low. He could also use kinetic energy to quickly escape the area covered by the poison gas, so it was not realistic to rely on the poison gas to deal with Liu Cheng. The effect of high-explosive bullets was better, but like the Haim bullet, it was not the key to victory. Han Xiao did not bring any supplies, so he only had 3 clips of high-explosive bullets. He took a deep breath and increased the oxygen level of his blood. He exerted force in his legs and stopped his body from retreating. He put away his pistols and put his hands in front of his body to block Liu Cheng's iron fist. The energy gathered in the fist almost smashed through Han Zhao's block. Liu Cheng's kinetic energy could increase his strength, and Han Xiao was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. A shell exploded not far away, and a strong light shone. The two's arms were intertwined, and the posture of one attacking and one defending was like a silhouette painting. Liu Cheng roared and smashed his fist on Han Zhao's head. The explosive kinetic energy shook the air, and Han Zhao's head tilted. He grabbed onto Liu Cheng's shoulder to prevent himself from being blown away. His other hand activated the thermoelectric incisor gloves and tried to gouge out Liu Cheng's eyeballs. Thermoelectric. Liu Cheng was alerted and hurriedly looked up. The gloves brushed past his cheek, leaving a burn. The burning sensation pierced his nerves. At the last moment, Lu Cheng unleashed the kinetic energy in his body, and a huge force pushed Han Xiao away. Han Xiao took a deep breath and wiped off the dirt on his face. Firearms were useless, and he had lost one of his trump cards. It would only allow the enemy to absorb more kinetic energy. However, he still had other machines that could cause damage, such as flames and poison gas. Luckily, he's not an energy absorber. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to do much to him. Lu Cheng covered the burn on his face and looked at Han Xiao's gloves with fear. He then turned around and ran. Han Xiao stared blankly for a moment before his expression suddenly changed. He hurriedly chased after him. On one of the tanks, the soldier operating the machine gun saw a figure rapidly approaching. He subconsciously turned the muzzle of the gun, and all the bullets hit the target. However, he was shocked to find that the target, who should have been shot into a sieve, was actually unscathed. The bullets clanged and clanged all over the ground. "Don't hit him," Han Xiao shouted. However, the warning came too late. The surrounding tanks focused their fire on Lu Cheng, and all the kinetic energy was absorbed. Lu Cheng's eyes were bloodshot, and the accumulated kinetic energy was almost overflowing. His muscles bulged like a rat, and he turned around and took a step forward, creating a huge crater on the ground. His entire body shot out like a cannonball. This was the kinetic energy of over 1,000 bullets. Sprinting in a straight line is too fast. Han Zhao's vision blurred, and he did not have time to dodge. It was as if he had hit a moving train. The scenery in his vision quickly receded, and he flew dozens of meters away like a baseball that had been hit by a home run. He fell to the ground and bounced up several times, creating gullies along the way. His body was covered in mud, and he finally stopped after knocking over a tank. His head was dizzy, and his whole body was in pain. Magnetically controlled, retractable armor durability decreased by 132 points. You have received 241 damage. The enemy knew how to use the advantage of his Esper ability. It was equivalent to borrowing arrows from a straw boat, and in turn, he had suffered a small loss. Lu Cheng. I have never heard of his name in my previous life. To think that he is so difficult to deal with. I can't underestimate anyone. Han Zhao's eyes were like ice as he entered battle mode. He spat out a mouthful of blood and jumped up the tangle with Lu Cheng again. The two of them fought fiercely on the battlefield. Bullets whistled past their ears, and the flames lit up their field of vision again and again. Everywhere they passed, there was a bullet vacuum. The soldiers did not dare to attack Lu Cheng again, but Lu Cheng could hit the muzzle himself. This battlefield is very unfavorable for me. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He left Lu Cheng and rushed toward Green Valley Town. Like a flash of a shadow, he dodged the bullets of the Green Valley Town guards. He slid up the wall in a few steps and opened fire with both guns, wantonly killing the guards. The bullets pierced through the bodies, and blood splattered everywhere. Lu Cheng was shocked and hurriedly chased after him. Green Valley Town was the root of the conflict. Han Xiao understood this point and immediately adopted a strategy of avoiding the enemy. He did not want to face Lu Cheng head-on. Unless Lu Cheng did not want the town, he could only be led by the nose. In battle mode, Han Xiao had already come up with a strategy. After changing the magazine, he shot a few more guards. Suddenly, there was a loud wind behind him. Han Xiao hurriedly turned around and dodged. Lu Cheng brushed past him by a hair's breadth. His punch missed and smashed a large part of the wall. Broken bricks and dust scattered all over the ground. Lu Cheng's body stagnated, as if he had exhausted all his energy. Chance! Han Zhao's hands reached for Lu Cheng's head. The high temperature of the electrothermal incisor gloves distorted the air. However, there was no panic on Lu Cheng's face. Instead, there was a trace of savagery. You fell for it. The strong energy surged again. There was no sign of exhaustion at all. It was all a disguise. This attack was a killer move that Lu Cheng had been accumulating for a long time. It gathered 80% of his energy and soared into the air. He quickly raised his knee and aimed it at Han Zhao's chin. Once it hit, Half of Black Phantom's face would be crushed and fractured. Han Xiao flew backward out of the wall. This touch is not right. Lu Cheng was shocked. He did not feel like his knee had hit anything. Han Xiao was already on guard. Just now, in a flash, he had used the push of the electromagnetic hover boots to retreat. He was only grazed by the knee, and there was almost no damage. In midair, he pulled out the Berserk Eagle and opened fire, shooting at Lu Cheng's eyes. The accumulated attack missed. Lu Cheng froze for a moment. He could not dodge, but his expression did not change. Bullets were ineffective against his Esper ability. Bang! The moment it hit his eyes, the bullet lost its energy as usual. However, the warhead suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Lu Cheng covered his eyes and screamed. His vision was white, and the pain in his eyes affected the balance of his brain. Dazzling light bullet. It was effective at 0 distance. Just thinking about it made him feel good. He had been accumulating this attack for a long time. With a grab, Han Xiao used the gap in the wall to climb up the wall again. Taking advantage of Lu Cheng's blindness, he activated Overload and Flaming Will. His hot hands pressed on Lu Cheng's face. This time it was a solid hit. Even though Flaming Will was as unlucky as usual, the damage from the first hit was still off the charts. Dash 423. Although the damage was not as high as the sniper rifle, the thermoelectric incisor gloves focused on continuous damage. It was already very scary for the instantaneous damage to reach such a level. Lu Cheng was not him. He only had around 2,000 HP, and almost 20% of his HP was burned off in one hit. Furthermore, the damage was still increasing. The smell of burnt flesh filled the air. Lu Cheng screamed in pain and hurriedly used his energy to push Han Xiao away. His face was severely burned, and it was beyond recognition. It was full of black and red burns. Lu Cheng's vision was damaged, and his vision was distorted. He could only barely distinguish a direction. He clenched his teeth and ran away. Han Xiao immediately chased after him. Lu Cheng's heart sank. He was still holding on to the hope that Black Phantom would not chase after him because of the battle. Now, it seemed that there was no hope for him to escape. He knew that he would not be able to escape death. In the end, he fulfilled the responsibility of a bodyguard and delayed Han Xiao. If he died, Overmarrow would take care of his family. Chapter 159. More than 10 minutes later, Lu Cheng slowed down and fell to the ground. He had used up all his accumulated energy. He turned around and realized that Han Xiao was still following behind him like a ghost. Kill me. The scars on Lu Cheng's face were too horrible to look at. He smiled sadly. I don't need you to tell me, Han Xiao said indifferently. He opened his palm and grabbed Lu Cheng's head. His fingers penetrated the skull. When Lu Cheng stopped breathing, Han Xiao let out a sigh of relief. This is a strong opponent. I almost failed. Looking at Lu Cheng's body one last time, Han Xiao fired a high-explosive bullet to prevent him from being eaten by the wild beasts. He then followed the sound of gunfire and returned to the battlefield in Green Valley Town. The battle was even more intense. The gate of Green Valley Town had been blown up. The armored vehicles roared through the streets and fired at the machine gun positions built by the sandbags. The residents of Green Valley Town closed their doors and windows, covered their ears, and shivered in the corners of their houses. Lu Cheng's troops consciously avoided the normal residents. Since Lu Cheng had dragged him into the battle, he would end it quickly. Han Xiao set off to look for the commander of Green Valley Town. He looked for the commander in the town, but found that there was no one to command. On the other side of Green Valley Town, there were 2 distant tracks on the ground, indicating the direction of Balsas and Xiao Rue. Escaped. The off-road vehicle drove in the dark forest. The sound of gunfire in Green Valley Town gradually faded away. Xiao Rue, who was in the back seat, could see the fire behind him through the gaps in the trees. Lu Cheng is dead. Xiao Rue clenched his fists and pressed them on his knees, barely suppressing his trembling legs. Lu Cheng had served the family for more than 10 years. He was loyal and was one of the strongest in the family. He had many amazing achievements. Xiao Rui had always regarded him as his backer. He did not expect that he would die in the hands of Black Phantom. Xiao Rui originally thought that even if Lu Cheng could not stop Black Phantom, he could still escape unscathed. However, Lu Cheng's last words in the headset before he escaped made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cellar. He did not hear what Lu Cheng said at all. He only knew that his backer was about to fall. Balsas and 4 armed guards were still in the vehicle. They looked nervous. Black Phantom is a monster. I told you not to mess with him. You didn't listen. Balsas was sweating. Xiao Rui's face was ashen. Stop talking nonsense. At least we escaped. He won't come after us, right? Balsas kept glancing at the rearview mirror, his heart pounding. Xiao Rui swallowed his saliva. Lu Cheng is currently attacking Green Valley Town. The town guards are helping us hold off the enemy. He doesn't have time to chase after us. Just as he finished speaking, a ghostly black figure appeared in the rearview mirror and followed them like a shadow. Everyone in the car screamed in fright. He's here. Run. Step on the accelerator all the way. Don't let go. The people in the car were extremely panicked. The off-road vehicle was like a wild dog that was out of control. It sped up crazily and shook off Han Xiao for a moment. However, before they could breathe a sigh of relief, the car slowed down slightly. The black ghost was like a gangrene attached to the bone. It appeared behind them again, like the king of hell. Everyone's adrenaline surged, and their hearts almost jumped out of their throats. They were so nervous that their bodies were stiff. The atmosphere of a horror movie finally made the driver make a mistake. In a panic, the car fell off the slope and rolled to the bottom of the slope with its 4 wheels facing the sky. Xiao Rui was dizzy. He struggled to climb out of the car window. Suddenly, a pair of shining blue boots appeared in his sight. He looked up and saw Black Phantom looking down at him indifferently. Don't kill me, bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out continuously. Xiao Rui was so scared that he closed his eyes. After a while, he realized that there was no pain. He opened his eyes and found that the 4 armed guards were all shot dead. He and Balsas were left behind. Xiao Rui was trembling. He had to stay calm in such a situation, but the fear of death made him unable to calm down. The fear was like a tide, drowning his heart time and time again. He didn't even dare to look straight into Han Zhao's eyes. He said in fear, Black Phantom, spare my life. I can give you a huge reward. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. The reason he left Xiao Rui alive was because he found that he was sandwiched in the middle by the guards. He guessed that Xiao Rui was a big shot, so he purposely left him alive. Balsas regretted having a conflict with Black Phantom and even more regretted listening to Xiao Rui's advice. He looked straight into Han Zhao's eyes and said angrily, You liar, you've been working with Lu Cheng for a long time. You're not just passing by. He said that he wasn't interested in looking for trouble. It was all a lie. Han Xiao stroked the pistol and chuckled. Would you believe me if I said it was a coincidence? I know I won't be able to live after falling into your hands. Kill me. Balsas suddenly became tough and shook off Xiao Rui's hand that was anxiously pulling on his shirt. I don't know if you really want to die or if you're just pretending to be tough, but I'll do as you wish. Bang! The bullet pierced through Balsas' temple. He fell down, and the pool of blood gradually expanded. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. It seemed that Balsas was not pretending. He was really desperate and wanted to die quickly. For a warlord like this who operated in the wild, even if they were afraid of death, they would accept it calmly when faced with death. However, there was another person who was much more cowardly. Han Xiao looked over. Xiao Rui was so scared that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. His face was pale, and his back was covered in cold sweat. Han Xiao squatted down and patted Xiao Rui's face with the gun barrel. You don't want to die? Xiao Rui nodded quickly. Give me a reason. I can give you a lot of money. I can recommend you to the Overmara family. Do I look like I need it? Han Xiao pointed at himself with the muzzle of the gun. Xiao Rui swallowed his saliva in fear and racked his brains to think of something that could move Black Phantom. Han Zhao's eyes were sharp. He suddenly saw that Xiao Rui's pocket was bulging. He reached out and took out a stack of bounty slips. It was actually a warrant for his zero identity. Why did the Overmera people have my bounty slips? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows, waved the paper in his hand, and stared at Xiao Rui without saying a word. Xiao Rui saw that there was finally something that had attracted Black Phantom's interest. He quickly spilled the beans and told Black Phantom everything he knew. Xiao Han, Zero, the Overmera family? After hearing the information, Han Xiao was stunned. He never knew that his original body had such a background. You're not lying to me? Han Xiao frowned. Xiao Rui nodded repeatedly. Black Phantom seemed to be interested in Zero. He did not care about the reason. He only knew that he had a chance to live, so he did not have the heart to hide anything. He struggled to take out the car computer and open the photos one by one. The photos were of Han Zhao's original body in the Overmera family before he was taken away by the Germinal organization. With this solid evidence, Han Xiao no longer had any doubts about his identity. So, I have a cheap father and a bunch of brothers and sisters? Han Xiaoxin's feelings were very complicated. He always thought that he had nothing to worry about in this world, but he did not expect that he still had this layer of fetters. Overmera was his home. Han Xiao glanced at Xiao Rui. This person was also his family? Overmera, a warlord in the northern continent. The second leader, Xiao Jin, is my original body's biological father. Their power is not small. Han Xiao was silent as he pondered. Xiao Rui's heart was in his throat. He was like a prisoner waiting for his sentence. He felt that this was the longest minute of his life. You can go, Han Xiao said lightly. Xiao Rui could not believe it. He stood up trembling and ran 2 steps away. When he turned back and saw that Han Xiao was indifferent, he was ecstatic. His life was saved. He did not have any thoughts of revenge. He did not want to have anything to do with Black Phantom anymore. He ran as fast as he could. Suddenly, there was a pain in the back of his head. Xiao Rui lost control of his body. He ran 2 steps forward due to inertia and fell face first on the ground. His pupils were dilated, and his face was blank. What happened to me? So cold. This was Xiao Rui's last thought in this world. There was a deep bullet hole in the back of his head, and blood was flowing out. Han Xiao put the berserk eagle back into the holster expressionlessly. He thought about it and decided to just kill him. Overmera was the fetters of the original body. That unlucky guy's soul was already gone. He was him, not another person. Even if they were related by blood, Han Xiao would not treat Overmera as family, not to mention that the original body was killed by his big brother. He would not inherit the relationship of the original body. To him, Overmera was like a stranger, not a concern. He would kill if he had to. Maybe with the original body's identity, he could get some help from Overmera, but with his status, he did not need to submit to such a level of power. Most importantly, he did not want to do so. My family is not in this world. He set the body on fire, turned around, and left. The dancing flames made his silent shadow very long. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.